All right. Hello, everybody. We are back. It is Saturday again. Still, another week has passed. We made it through another one, guys. And in celebration, we will play some Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical difficulties and some tea difficulties, but they're all settled now. So, let's see, where are we today? A couple of us are still getting our heads on straight. I know myself as well. So let's see, we're doing D&D, right? That's what we're doing today? I think that's what this channel is about.
Over here?
I guess so. I mean, I could just ramble for 5 hours. I'm sure I could. Yeah, cool. So, if you enjoy my rambling, which is usually in some sort of narrative form with these guys' help, go out and tell more people and stop on by every week and see how we're doing. Should be. I don't know how we could possibly not be starting a new campaign arc today. So that's something to look forward to. We are past the sort of really extended prologue that we took for this series. But we are now getting ready to embark on our actual, main campaign. So we got that going on. So stay tuned for great adventures there. And as always, you can check us out on the socials and on the Discord. The Discord is slowly starting to grow, and now that we're getting into more actual adventurous content, getting out into the world, there should be more to talk about. So stop on by and say hello to everybody. And of course, you can find us over on Patreon. So if you enjoy what we're doing, if you enjoy the stories we tell, you can help us out there. Get access to, all the after shows where we talk about all of our initial reactions, all of our conspiracy theories, our tinfoil hat polishing, we like to call it, as well as unlocking new features for the channels, more things that I want to do, lore videos, codex entries, behind the scenes stuff. Hopefully that'll all come in time. So I think that's enough rambling. Oh, I always forget about clips. Clips are always fun. So if you enjoy some part of the show and you think it's funny or you think it's a cool moment, go ahead and clip that, because that's a great sort of preview of what we do on the show. Anyway, that's enough rambling. I'm going to try to keep it short today. Let's dive in and say hello to everybody. Let's see, who do we want to start with today? Who do I want to catch off guard? I never know who I'm going to pick on first. Let's go with Steven. Hi, Steven. Never the one who's ready.
I think you're muted, Steven.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. That would be probably helpful if I wasn't. Yes, I'm Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock, follower of Sadak. Being a warlock in this world is very illegal, so normally Ander tries to keep low profile, though the events of the last game have let him be a little more open, at least with some people. It's weird. He's got a very eldritch horror kind of bent to his abilities, though personality-wise doesn't necessarily reflect that. And a familiar named Redna, who shares the flavor of those abilities.
Yeah. A lot of very cool. Let's see. What was I saying there? A lot of really interesting developments in the past few days, with a little more recognition within the guild, both good and bad. So we'll see how that goes. Let's keep going. I don't know. clockwise here and say hello to Arlene. Hello.
Oh, that's me. My name is Arlene.
That is
I
you.
play Tali, who is a wood elf tempest cleric. That is me. Yes, it is indeed me. I'm Arlene. What did I say? Oh, yeah, Tali is a wood elf tempest cleric who is a follower of archaeology. More specific, where archaeology is like, I think, what was it, wilderness and survival and stuff, and then specifically Saint Lewina, who is the patron saint of elves. Um, she is an orphan who was raised in a human orphanage and then kicked out way too early. But yeah, so she's trying to figure out her elfiness and stuff. And she also likes to carve little wood carvings in her free time.
All
That's
right.
about it, honestly.
No, that about sums it up. Uh, One half of the Tempest twins. We will meet the next soon. But before
That's
that,
charismatic.
hmm?
Oh, I said the lower charisma half.
Yeah, yeah. But before that, we can say hello to Christian.
Cool.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's up? Yeah, I am Christian. I play Ohmn. He's a war mage and an outcast. And I don't know if he's going to survive the next couple of weeks. We'll see. That's it.
All right. All right. Stephanie, how are you today?
I'm hanging in there, but yeah, I'm Stephanie. I'm playing Sevgi. She's the other half of the Tempest twins. Human sorcerer with draconic ancestry. They found her in a swamp.
There it is.
I guess I'll bring that up every time.
And not say it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me right now, I guess.
Sorcerer of the Arcane Census. Highly regulated, because very dangerous, emotional caster. The Arcane Census definitely has a bearing on this group. Really, I don't think there's a single one of you that isn't, feeling some sort of weight of the Arcane Census, to some extent. Maybe it hasn't come up yet, but to some extent. And finally, Taylor, hello.
Hi, I'm Taylor. I play Aquila, the Goliath Blood Hunter of the Lycan Order. She up until recently has been the most physical of the group, and she still kind of is because Ohmn's a caster too. But less magic focused than everyone else, even Tali. And she's recently had some restrictions put on her, but she's gonna work with that and try to get back on the good side of her order. Well, yeah, that's something to look forward to.
Yeah. All right. Cool. That's all of you guys. Hello, I am Jack, also known as Leiknir Levels on various places. I will, of course, be DMing the game, pulling the strings in the background, setting up the world, the setting, playing the NPCs. You know how it all goes. On top of that, I've been branching out recently, so I have not new things to report, but continuing the new things. Tuesdays at 6 o'clock, I will be playing a Star Trek Adventures game over at twitch.tv/Studio Tembo with my new good friend, Jeff Harvey. We had a great first game last Tuesday. One of the best games I've played in a long time. One of my favorite systems. So if you're a fan of Star Trek, go over and check that out, because it's a lot of fun. We're already really developing our characters. And then the day after, on Wednesdays at 8 o'clock, I will be joining ELH over at twitch.tv/ELHMK1 for a Cyberpunk Red game, in which I play a netrunner, and to do internet hacking stuff. And that was another really cool game.
Yeah, I watched it.
Nice. I think it was a better game than the first one, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you
A little
guys are
more
starting to
involved.
get into it now.
Get into it a little
Yeah.
more.
I unfortunately missed that one. The Star Trek one was fun to watch too.
Yeah, something happened. I couldn't watch that one.
Yeah.
Can probably just go find it though.
Yeah, I
Okay, though.
believe the Star Trek one is already on YouTube, so you can check that out. I think we're holding off on YouTube
quick.
for the Cyberpunk Red game until we figure out, what we're actually calling ourselves. So we'll see what we come up with. Hopefully, we'll
Didn't
get
stop
that
us.
resolved. That didn't stop this game. Nope, we've been playing for 2.5 years or something like that, and you guys are just, hey, you guys.
We have mentioned several
We're
times we
just
need
that.
to work on that, but we've just never actually gotten to
Yeah,
it.
we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so that's what I have going on. So you can see me a few more times a week if you really want to. For now, you are stuck here. You're not allowed to leave while we play some Dungeons and Dragons. Even though it is sort of the inciting event for the next story arc, I'm gonna try to take things a little slow, a little light, because, like I said, I think we're all trying to get our heads on straight today. So we'll try to go at your pace, but I have some cool ideas planned, just to start things off and get us moving. So, with that said, let's do a quick recap of what happened the past couple weeks, culminating in last week, and then we'll more or less start fresh on this new story arc. So, who wants to take away the recap?
Let's see what I have. Oh yeah, after Aquila ran off to be alone after getting poisoned by Adderhast, Tali ran off to catch her, and then afterwards, what's his name? I just said it. Adderhast decided to jog leisurely in that direction as well. Aquila and Tali had a talk about how Aquila was feeling about the whole situation and how he did it underhandedly and things like that. She did not want Tali to heal her, despite Tali's, constant, well, not constant asking, but asking multiple times.
So the whole Adderhast situation.
Adderhast was waiting for Tali to leave, but Tali didn't, so Adderhast decided to just kind of. Yeah.
Right, that whole Adderhast situation was the sort of ritualistic blood poisoning, sort of as punishment for a number of mistakes, which led up to the whole hobgoblin situation of last series. And in a fight, Aquila was her blood poisoned, calling upon her Lycan abilities and Blood Hunter abilities a bit more difficult and a lot more painful, at least that first time around. Just to put it in some context.
Yeah. And so Adderhast basically said that he did it so that Stavika wouldn't, because she would make a big show of it and stuff like that. And Aquila said if she was feeling kind of like hurt and betrayed, but Adderhast wants her to see it as like a test to go back to how things used to be done when they had to stay unknown. And Stavka's finally gonna leave the People's Ascension, but that is not People's Ascension, but the Guild Hall. But doesn't mean that she's not gonna be looking for proof that Aquila is not doing what she should be doing. Let's see. And after that, we headed back to the Guild Hall. The next day, Andrew went to meet with Lear outside of town to talk to him, but before he was able to get out of the guild, I think it was the guild hall, Luteth came up to talk to him to see how he was doing and check in on Ander because she cares and she's concerned. And then he gave her an awkward brotherly side hug afterwards. Let's see. Oh yeah, Tali went on her walkabout, so she started to at least. It was summoned by Stavika to officially hear what her punishment was going to be. She's still a member of the order, but can't really be associated with them, so she can't put her name on what she's doing and their name in the same place. I don't know, something like that. Let's see. Oh yeah, Adder says that it will either shape her into the hunter she needs to be part of the order, or just kind of not. Oh yeah, and then on his way out, Lorraine stopped him to talk to him, and Aquila decided to eavesdrop and kind of heard that she was going to talk to him about Ander and how he's suspicious. Then Ander was talking to Lilir about what, I guess, warlocky stuff, because Lilir wants to subclass, and he's having trouble picking one. And he wants to, like, he's been keeping the secret, but he's kind of, iffy about it because he wants to be able to help people. And that was honestly kind of the gist of that. There was Tali's walkabout. She started in Kirkwyn, gave Hodgenray his gift that she got him, and kind of learned some more stuff about elven culture and where the elves came from, like the mythology of that. Ended up going to Genavium and the Barony of Windall, and Naus Noah? Is that how you say it?
Naos Noah. Or more modernly, Naos Nova. Whichever is fine.
Okay. Naos. I rewrote it. I will see if I pronounce it again the same way. And then she kind of went into the Corsa border a little bit. Didn't really have time to go to her hometown. And also learned more about elven families and structure, elven burials, elven leadership because there's not really an elven leadership, things like that. And she got back to Duepon a few weeks later. And then we went back to Ander. That same day he was having a conversation with Lear. On his way back to the guild hall, he saw a fancy carriage with a phoenix symbol on the doors. And turns out it was Saramov who had showed up to see what was going on and hear from Ander. So Ander pretty much just kind of went with like 100% honesty and told him what was going on. And Saramov believes in him and gave him the medal thing. Was it a token of the Empire's favor? So he's kind of got a little bit more freedom with what he's doing.
Saramov did not give him anything.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
He had the box.
Yeah,
right?
He basically just waved it around and said, "Look, I'm important, and I'm going to protect this guy."
Oh, gotcha. Okay. He doesn't have it, but he basically kind of vouched for Ander and said, let him do his job. after that, Ander went for a walk to, I guess, kind of process what was going on. And he got tackled by Adderhast and threatened, and got his blood taken, basically. And let's see. Before Saramov left, Ohmn caught up to him and went along with him to Kirkwin in this cool TARDIS carriage. Got there way faster than he should have. And I think he ended up getting supplies in Kirkwin to make a new spellbook. And let's see, after that, oh yeah, once everyone was together again in the guild hall, we see this elven woman come in and lead us to the Duepon graveyard. And Malkazir had a super cool entrance coming up from the grave. And that was where we ended.
It was an elven woman that we had, some of us had met before, admittedly.
Yeah, Elli'sandra.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have anything to add to that? I think there were some nuances that were a little glossed over, but, you know, that happens from one person's perspective.
Yeah. It's hard to write down nuance, too. I just kind of...
I suppose it should be pointed out that Aquila is rather annoyed at the difference in treatment between her and Ander.
Mm-hmm.
And has made that very known.
Putting it a bit mildly, but yes.
Okay. Well, from a administrative standpoint, I'm thinking we're gonna try something new with the recap next week. I'm gonna try to keep track of the various scenes we have, and have whoever was most important in that scene recap that specific scene, instead of one person doing the whole thing. Just so we get different perspectives.
Sounds good to me.
Because honestly, I always find it amusing how Tali, how Arlene wraps up the super complicated and very emotionally draining and frustrating happenstances of Ander and Aquila with, and that's just it. That's what happened. So we'll see if we can get everybody a bit more involved with the recap. Anyway, yeah, that about covers it, I think. Don't want to harp on any of the frustrating parts too much. Yeah, so there's a couple scenes I want to sort of flash back to. Some quick conversations I want to have with Keela, with Ander. Yeah, and then probably something with the whole group. But I think before we do that, because we left off with Malkazir showing up, that should be where we start off, and then we can sort of flash back to anything we need to get back to. So, to set the scene, it is... let's see, I believe we wrapped up last time. Let me unbury all my notes here. We left off on the 22nd. Pretty much the late evening of the 22nd, if I remember. So, we will say, yeah, because everybody had, it took throughout the day for everybody to converge back at the guild hall from Carriquin or from where Tali was coming back from. So it's late in the evening. The sun is setting, and this would be when Elli'sandra, the sort of emotionless, stone-faced elven woman, darker complexion, very light clothing, came up to the guild hall, walked in the door and surveyed the area and silently beckoned for everybody to gather and head outside. It was only a few of you that had met Elli'sandra before. Who that was Aquila, I believe, and Tali and Sevgi. Ander was not there, and Ohmn is new. And in that time, you have never really heard Elli'sandra speak or really show much emotion, but she does seem to have a will of her own. And she gathers the group together, heads outside, takes them to the nearby graveyard, finds a fairly fresh grave, one where the grass hasn't completely retaken where it has been piled over again, and the dirt separated and formed stairs, and out from the darkness underneath, Malkazir rose from the grave, grave walking over to Duepon, presumably from Genavium, a good week or more away. And Malkazir, which some of you will remember, is the archmage of Necromancy at the capital Arcane Census district. And presumably one of the most powerful mages in the Empire. He is, being a full-blooded elf, it's hard really to determine what his age is, but he's not terribly old, but he doesn't look young either. He has grayish hair that has been treated with a sort of lavender dusting. Very, very sharp, noble-ish features, and doesn't really wear the traditional mage attire of flowing robes and deep sleeves and big pointy hats. Not that anybody really wears big pointy hats, but he looks like an average day working person. Well, very well dressed working person, but he has slacks and a simple tunic shirt on. Though they are of good quality and embellished with various embroidery and whatnot. He steps out of the grave and walks up to the group, thanks Elli'sandra for being his herald. Well, it is nice to see all of you again. And some new faces. You seem to be missing someone. No bother.
I'm going to guess this isn't a social call.
No. No, not particularly. I have a job for your guild. Well, that is what you do, is it not? Take various assignments for protection and adventuring, gathering, selling your services.
have to you'll have to talk to Regina about that.
I suppose we could hammer out the logistics of all of this, should we need to. Let me propose what I would like you to do. I assume you are all open to taking new work?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
He looks about the group and notices Ander and Ohmn, two people who he has not met before. He sort of regards both of you. I want both of you to roll either a history or an arcana check. Okay. Yes, the both of you would recognize Malkazir, especially Ender, who the group has mentioned before, secondhand, the meeting that they had. Ohmn, since you have spent some time in the Empire and in Genavia for a little bit, and obviously are fairly integrated, sort of, with the Arcane Census. You would know the archmages, at least by reputation. Some more than others. Sometimes you don't know names or too many details, but you do know Malkazir. Malkazir does tend to. He plays the politics. He's one of the more overt faces of the Arcane Census. Ander, I would say with that roll, over 20, you would know Malkazir is, even though he's one of the more important and more powerful, both in arcane skill and political power, he's a pragmatist, and he's most interested in, even though he focuses on necromancy, he's most interested in general arcane theory, the origins of magic, what magic is, how it works, and being an archmage, even though he is focused on necromancy, he has plenty of understanding in all the other schools as well. So you would know, out of most of the other archmages, that he cares, even though he plays the politics, he cares less about the hardline Arcane Census doctrine and dogma, and more about using that position to advance his own knowledge, his own goals.
Gotcha.
So he does see a little recognition from both of you. Well, don't know either of you. I am Malkazir of the Arcane Census. I assume you have heard of me.
Yes.
I
your
know the other
reputation.
three. I apologize, you were saying.
I was going to say yes, your reputation precedes you.
It does do that. For better or worse. Yours, however, I can't say I know of.
Of little importance in the grand scheme of the Empire, I suppose.
Excellent. And you? Quite a difference from the little one.
Yes, I am rather large. I apologize. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ohmn Kjartar, practicing war mage.
Excellent. Very good. Well, I suppose we will dispel with the niceties and simply get down to business. I see you are not a talkative bunch.
I will admit it is slightly unsettling to see someone rise out of the grave as you have just done. I am still trying to collect myself.
Ah. Well, collect yourself quickly indeed. How much do you know, he returns to addressing the entire group, of the Fields of Peace?
I think Andrew actually...
That place I thought.
Yeah, we passed by it
Yeah.
once,
It
but
is hard to miss.
we don't know much more than general knowledge.
Uh,
I don't know. It's been a while since we went over that.
Yeah, it's been a while since we went over this.
Yeah, I know it
And
was like there was like an explosion or something.
mhm.
Yeah,
Well, actually, I want everybody to roll me a history or arcana check. The DC is going to be a little bit higher for Tali, because everyone else has a reason to know this.
Wait, why?
Yay.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, so fairly basic knowledge all around. It would have come up for Aquila, Sevgi, and Ohmn through basic Arcane Census studies. And Ander, you probably would have researched this quite a bit on your own. Tali, you mostly hear of it just through story and by passing information. But you all understand that the Fields of Peace are quite a large region around the center of the Janavian province, more or less. Spanning probably a good 50, 75 mile diameter of wasteland. Nothing grows there. And anyone who has entered the Fields of Peace either don't return or die shortly after returning, depending on how far they tried to get into the Fields of Peace. And there haven't been many expeditions to, try to do that again. After sending in more people than they probably needed to, and not having them return, or having them return and die fairly painful and horrible death, they decided to more or less leave it alone, and Aquila, you would be the only one who know that even though they don't go in, it is still on their radar. They keep track, at least visually from a distance, of the Fields of Peace, and probably have other ways to check on whatever is going on in there. It's a constant subject of arcane study, and the Fields of Peace were believed to be created when some sort of super weapon, some sort of ancient arcane device from a previous era went off, exploded. Nobody really knows the details. But this device, whatever it was under the control of, as he is known in Genavian, King Gaerius Etrius, the Mad King of the Etrian Empire, the Elven Empire, Kingdom, the Elven Kingdom, 1,500 years ago. He had the super weapon, and towards the end of the war, there was a mad dash towards his capital city and towards this super weapon, in an attempt to destroy it before he could use it. And apparently they were successful, because whatever this was destroyed this immense area, decimating both armies, killing the Etrian king and most of the high-ranking officials. It was a blow that the Etrian kingdom could not come back from, and that was the turning point in the war. Anyway, it is an area that is suffused with arcane energy, most notably necromantic energy, though there is a presence of all of the schools of magic, a sort of universal mixing, but necromancy seems to peak. I will also remind, I believe it was Tali who noticed a while back.
That was me.
It was you.
Because
Okay.
I was going to bring it up, because
Good.
it's like I saw something moving out there.
Yes.
When we were passing by before, I saw something move. I wasn't able to identify it, but I remember seeing it.
Yeah, as you were leaving Lydiad, along the road that leaves Lydiad, which looks over the Fields of Peace, a ways into the border where you see the grassland stop, and it just turns into this sort of gray, craggy wasteland. Dead trees. You could see a few different ruined columns and remains of a few different buildings, but you did see movement out there. Not terribly far from the border, but still well inside the deadly zone of the Fields of Peace.
Yeah.
And just couldn't really identify what it was. You guys were doing other things on the way, and after keeping an eye on it for a while, it didn't leave, so you guys just figured it was doing its thing over there and went about your business.
I thought it moved out of sight.
Yes, it did move amongst the ruins and eventually deeper into the Fields of Peace. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone, with the rules in mind, does anyone have any questions about the Fields of Peace? In case I'm glossing over things.
No, I think.
Area where the Fields of Peace in again? Is that?
What?
We passed by it on the way to Genavium. It's between Lydiad and Genavium.
Yeah,
gotcha.
do I have...
That was-
yes,
And we have the
of
map.
Genavia. Let me actually go over to the combat screen so I can show this to other people.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
make
there
it
it is.
much bigger than that.
Ascension having issues with the maps, and we're like, oh yeah, we'll try not to
Yeah,
be
but
massive
I mean,
on
this
you
was
to ask a
the
question
one that
about.
was uploaded
Sorry.
to our handouts.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know how readable this is on stream. Let's see if I can blow it up. No, I can't move it if I do that. Yeah, so the Fields of Peace is this large gray blob over here. And each one of the hexes is about 25 miles. So it's a large expanse of nothing, of decayed wasteland. Between Lydiad, number 12 here, which you're familiar with, and Genavium, the capital city. Not far from what remains of the Whitewood Forest, although the Whitewood Forest did span actually through the Fields of Peace and a little bit further down towards Corsta. But obviously the explosion that took out, or whatever happened with this super weapon that created the Fields of Peace, decimated the Whitewood Forest as well. And probably, actually that's a good reminder, probably created the Whitewood Forest, because it was never described as the Whitewood Forest previously. It was never described as crystalline, sort of see-through quartz-like trees. The forest was described as a normal forest until the events of the war. So,
I don't have anything right now.
okay. Yeah.
Might think of things here.
Sure. Yes. Knowing that, Malkazir sees some recognition across all of you. Well, I see you've at least heard of the Fields of Peace. It is an important part in our empire's history. You'll be interested to hear, I would think, I certainly am, that the arcane energies have been decreasing over the past year. Receding. To the point where I have probed the boundaries and have been able to begin an archaeological excavation along the northeast rim of what previously was far too dangerous for anyone to remain inside for really any period of time. It now seems more or less safe. I do have to rotate some people in and out, but exposure of a week or so doesn't seem to be too detrimental to anybody.
Too detrimental?
There's some mild discomfort, nausea, aches, lethargy towards the end of the week. Is nobody curious what I found?
Of course I'm curious.
I believe I have found the tomb of the Heavenly Spear herself.
The who?
Again, because it's been been a little bit since this has come up, though it has come up before. Anybody can roll me a history check. I will give you all a hint. This came
I
up
didn't click on it
during
all, just
the
kidding.
events of the whole Medusa situation. Quentiama.
Yeah, Christian knows
Oh shoot.
what
Okay.
you're talking about.
I remember now.
Okay. Aside from
sorry,
Ohmn,
yeah.
because Ohmn
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
here for this, everybody else, if you remember who it is, I'm not going to
Yeah.
hold you to these roles.
Yes. Gotta look back to my notes now.
So, the Heavenly Spear was, or the Spear of Heavens, was the what is the not Roman way of saying cognomen? Epithet of the eldest daughter of
Epitaph?
Epitaph.
Yeah, because epithet is usually a bad thing.
Okay, epitaph. Epithet is something you say at a funeral, right?
Mm,
No, that's something else. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Eulogy.
No, that's a eulogy. Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm pretty sure that it's an epitaph is because it's usually the thing that comes after the name.
Right.
Like, the great is an
Yeah,
epitaph.
yeah. Some sort of honorary title that is bestowed
Yeah.
upon them. A nickname. A prestigious way of saying a nickname. Yes, the eldest daughter of King Gyarius himself, Shai-Luwe, the Spear of Heavens, the recorded to be the greatest general that the Etrian kingdom had. How much of that is politics and family ties and whatnot, who knows? But she was one of 3 of the daughters of King Etrius, King Gyarius Etrius, and commanded a vast army, a very well-trained army, and was responsible for nearly defeating the Genevite rebellion at the time, and was only stopped when it was actually Wendell, who Tali now has some information on. Wendell, one of the a sort of elven defector of the time, had information on where Shai-Luwe was and where she was moving through, and where she was setting up camp and whatnot. And the Genovites were able to ambush her and her army, and won the battle, even though they probably should not have. They were far outnumbered, and even though they had the advantage of an ambush, it was not really... They never expected for their army to come out more or less intact. They expected to throw their forces at Shai-Luwe's forces in an attempt to simply pierce through and cut off the head of the snake. But they were able to pretty much overwhelm her. It did cost a lot of Genevite soldiers, though. And they were, towards the end of that battle, eventually driven off by other Etrian forces. But they did manage to kill Shai-Luwe. And through the adventure you had in the Whitewood, ending at Gwentiama's compound, one of the other daughters of King Etrius, who throughout history had been transformed into a Medusa. On one of the walls, you did find a depiction of that battle and the death of Shai-Luwe, as well as the either death or exile of her other sister, Ilthadet. And it seemed to be in some sort of gloating fashion. I believe, at the time, you guys put together that Gwentiama probably had something to do with both of their deaths. It's a little bit more exposition out of the way.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I also remember because there were basically sort of two murals, because there was one on one side and one on the other, and the other side had clearly been redone.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow, this is propaganda.
Yeah. Let's see. No, that'll do. Okay. How do I move this? Yes, the tomb of Shiloh.
Okay, so he found her too. So,
I believe. Still early days of the excavation. But if I'm right, it's one of the greatest warriors this land has seen in the modern era, as well as one of the best trained and most loyal armies of that time. Quite a find.
Indeed.
And quite a dangerous resource, if you catch my drift.
Right. I think I do.
Last time we spoke, you mentioned a concern you had about a particular spirit.
Yeah. We did go over that.
I assume you've learned nothing new on the matter?
Not on him, no.
Well, I will say this cult of worms, as it's called, is burrowed quite deep. At least that's what I assume. It's difficult to find much information on them. But if I was looking as a practitioner of the necromantic arts to amass resources, this would be a treasure trove. I have my suspicions that they may be involved.
Involved in the depletion of those arcane energies?
That I'm unsure of. At the very least, as I said, this would be quite a find. It is quite a find. And I would like this find to remain in the ground until I'm ready to do something with it. And that's what brings me to you. The Fields of Peace are a dangerous place. There are things, despite all of the deleterious energies of the region, creatures that are able to survive in there. It's been...
Indeed. I saw something move in there when we passed by before.
No doubt, exploring the boundaries since this recession of the energies, I am concerned for my workers and would like you there to oversee their safety. Shouldn't be a terribly long job. The excavation itself could take some time, but at least until they are set up, I think it would be a good idea for you to simply keep watch on the area. And if you were to find some sort of conspiracy, you are not inspiring me with confidence. But perhaps your actions speak a little louder than your words. Do you understand what I am saying?
Yes.
They want us to hang out with your workers and keep them safe until you have a chance to.
Glorified
See what's going on.
bodyguards is what he's asking for.
That's what I was thinking.
For my part, as I am still taking on initiation rites in this guild, I think it would be an honor to work with someone of your stature.
You can see as you're talking, he has sort of lowered his head and his hands is sort of rubbing at the bridge of his nose, and you can see the large ruby ring that he has on his left ring finger sort of flare a bit. Quite. Well. He
I know,
looks
I'm
around.
diminishing what you're actually asking.
What was that?
Said yes, I know. I'm diminishing what you're actually asking.
He looks around, looks over to Ellie for not terribly long, but longer than simply a glance. Nods his head, and she walks a little bit away, and you can see her just sort of walking around the area, and he pauses for a little bit to wait for her to move around. I suppose this is a good indication that my, for lack of a better word, schemes will work out. No, you are not there as glorified bodyguards. You are there to make sure the Cult of Worms is not there and to stop them if they are. I simply will not be the one to admit to having some sort of ancient era necromantic cult trying to usurp my work. Do you understand?
That certainly makes it sound more interesting.
This Indrasha Deed character has apparently had free reign of the Empire for a year, and we have not heard anything. That should be far more alarming than if we had.
There have been a lot of alarming things going on the last year. I will agree, this is certainly high on the list, but it's not the only thing.
Far be it for me to impose, I admit to a limited knowledge of this Cult of Worms, aside from what I've briefly been overviewed in the guild. Do you think that they could be recruiting creatures from this area? Is that a possibility for the diminishing of the weave? Or the
Perhaps.
diminishing of the energies?
I don't rule anything out at this point. They could be responsible for this, or they could simply be taking advantage. Seeing as this spirit, this ancient warrior, rose about a year ago, and these energies have been depleting for a little under a year, it sure is a coincidence that a large area of necromantic energy is being drawn in.
The timelines seemed to fit to me.
Unfortunately, beyond a few thousand feet into the fields of peace, it is still quite deadly. At least for any sort of large expedition. Something else I'm working on. Not quite there yet. I'll let you know when I am. As for now, recruitment is... Well, I suppose if they really know what they're doing, recruitment could be exactly their agenda. Most likely, resource gathering. There are many weapons buried there, an ancient battlefield. And I don't just mean metal.
No.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a problem.
A commander of her stature in life, I can't imagine what it would be like to fight her. She's unable to die.
Probably a bit like fighting her sister.
Who?
Malchazir raises his chin at that and smiles.
One of them.
Yes, indeed. He glances over at the large half-giant and back to the other. Who?
Oh, something you'd probably be interested in, yes. Quintiama.
Interesting. And what state was she in?
Oh, she was alive.
After all this time?
Not... She had undergone a sort of metamorphosis. She had turned into, well, maybe perhaps more of a corruption would be accurate. She had become a Medusa.
Interesting. Certainly a poetic fate. And where did you encounter her?
In her city.
Pray enlighten me.
I can't remember the name of it. It was basically named after her, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yes, it's been a while.
Yeah.
But the name of the city is less important than the location of the city.
Did I tell him about that?
What? Oh,
Where
yeah. Huh?
You're kind of stuttery over there, Arlene. I think your internet's
Who,
acting
me?
up.
Oh, dang it. Hang
I
on.
know, I meant to say it.
I'm gonna just click out and click back, and I'll be just a second.
This was before that. It was after Cusig. Okay. Where are we stuck? What are we stuck on?
I wasn't sure what we were waiting on.
Were we
Sure what...
Were you trying to figure out the name of the city, or were you
Yeah,
just looking for the word Whitewood?
What? I knew it was in the Whitewood. No, I can't remember the name of the city.
Regardless, are you informing Malkazir of where this city was? It was less of a city and really more of just an outpost.
Well, it was proper settlement. But it's like, you know, this isn't necessarily the place where I'd want to reveal it all. No.
Okay. Why am I, I'm not gonna get bogged down on that too much, since apparently you guys aren't being all that forthcoming with Malkazir. So, which is fine.
It's never mind. Not right now.
Well, we'll get back to that later.
Mm.
For now, I have another sister in mind, Shiloah.
I'm interested in taking the job.
Good.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about what's in the field of peace.
That is dangerous curiosity, but one I admire.
Don't worry, it's not like you nearly got strangled by a hanging tree.
Huh. Certainly an interesting lot.
We travel around a lot and see a lot of things, so...
Well, I suppose you said I should be talking to whatever administrator you have here?
Yes, her name is Regina.
Very good. I will have Elli'sandra draw up some paperwork. And he sort of looks in her direction, and she's a good 60 feet out or so. Sort of looks in her direction, and she immediately meets his eyes and starts walking back.
Forgive my curiosity again. Have you been able to send any of your thralls deeper into the fields? I wonder if they could come back with some insights into what lays beyond. Unless they wouldn't return at all. I suppose thought experiments don't do much good, but I'm curious.
I was wondering if a place like that might not be the perfect place for an undead cult to hide out.
He continues looking at Ohmn. Very good. Yes. I have sent some in. Unfortunately, no, they do not return. Not past a certain distance. Which is already far beyond where I would feel comfortable sending any living people. Well, if there is nothing more, I will leave Elli'sandra here to draw up the paperwork, and I will be returning to my duties.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Just to make myself perfectly clear, I am hiring you officially to simply keep an eye on the area. I do not need word of this cult of worms getting out to the general public, nor my suspicions.
It suits my purposes.
Sure.
Very good. Discretion is always key.
Yeah, we're good at that.
It looks to be a nice night. I bid you all farewell. I look forward to hearing what you have to report. Yes?
I had a question. If I wished to send you a missive,
Is not one of you capable of communication?
That would be me. But in shorter
yeah, it would be long,
sentences, less wordy. Yes.
but it is something that you might be interested in.
You can always address any correspondence to my office in Genavium.
All right.
Is that satisfactory?
I simply wondered if, well, I don't know how long Elli'sandra is going to be here, if I might just send some back with her.
If this is something you plan on preparing before you leave for this endeavor, I will have her remain here.
It would not take especially long.
Very well. He looks over to Elli'sandra. She will await this correspondence and return to me when you are ready.
Okay. Thank you.
He waves his hand over the grave, and the soil parts again, and he steps back down.
Safe travels, I guess.
Probably safer than our travels.
Elli'sandra walks
Probably a lot
over.
quicker, too.
Again, not showing much of anything on her face. Walks over to Aquila.
Alright, let's go back to the guild hall.
And she will follow you back to the guild hall.
Yeah, okay.
Once inside, she will nod at you, Aquila, and then immediately turn and go into the canteen area. Pull a piece of paper out of the air somewhere, grab a pen from out of nowhere, and begin jotting down some sort of contract.
Okay. Cool. Keel's gonna go. She has some writing to do.
Okay.
She's basically just writing up another version of the report of what happened with the Medusa at the city and whatnot.
Okay.
Just to send to him.
Sure.
Because I just didn't want to get into all of that.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Are you including any reference to your order?
Nope.
No. What are you saying happened to Gwentiama's body? If anything.
Shit. That's a good question. I hadn't thought that far. Come back to me on that.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe we just said we set it on fire.
Okay.
I mean, Stavika is still here, I think, at the moment. You could ask her if the archmage.
Yep.
Yeah, Stabika is still here. She is planning on leaving tomorrow, actually. Okay.
Let me think about it. It's like, I'm not supposed to exist.
Yep.
Normal
Okay.
people. This is an
Nope,
archmage.
I'm not even supposed to. I'm not supposed to show up in reports.
Okay. I have made a note.
Okay.
And you do give a general location of this place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would also mention how the people who are petrified do still seem to
There
be
we go.
conscious in there. Yeah, sorry. It's like I wouldn't have left that out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, they
How'd
do
you find
still
that
seem
out?
to be conscious in there. Huh?
How'd you find that out?
Because Redna read their minds and you told us.
You can gloss over in the report how you figured that out.
Oh, I see
It
what
may
you're saying.
eventually come up, but there are 2 registered arcane users who were there at
Holly
the time.
pinged them. She actually might have tried pinging them at one point. I can't remember.
Mhm.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But it sounds like
Okay.
something Tali would do.
Okay. So while Elli'sandra is drawing up some paperwork, while Aquila is writing this report, is there anything anyone wants to do?
Since Akila's writing the report, and since I'm not entirely sure Elli'sandra is capable of speech, I suppose I'll go warn Regina as to what we've just agreed to.
Okay.
What
So
we've been
that-
recruited for?
The thrall doesn't just walk in and drop a piece of paper on her desk out of the blue and confuse the ever-living crap out of her.
That is what was going to happen.
I figured.
Okay. Yeah, you can go into Regina's office. I mean, we can play out the scene if you want, or you could just say, "Hey, we got a job. This is what we're doing."
Basically just letting her know, like, hey, well, yeah, we can play it out.
Okay.
That's fine. I can...
You walk into her office. It does look like she has a bowl of stew and a thick chunk of bread, and she's eating while she's going over some documents. Ander, excuse me. Come in. What,
Are you ever not working?
Sometimes I sleep.
Not well, though. You do throw swords very quickly in your sleep.
Right. That right. A lifetime of experience.
Well, she didn't, like, see Elli'sandra walk in at all, correct? At least it seemed like she just walked in, got us, and walked out.
No, actually, I believe when Elli'sandra initially walked in, she looked over and did nod at Regina, who was about to get up and walk over when Elli'sandra turned and went over to Aquila.
Did you see our recent visitor?
I did. A friend of yours.
Not of mine, but apparently the rest of the group has met her Master? Boss? I'm not entirely sure what the situation is. It's strange even for me, but she apparently works for Malkazir, the archmage of Necromancy.
Yes, indeed.
Apparently everyone else has had a run-in with him other than myself and Ohmn. I believe they spoke with him before our foray into the swamps before.
Hmm.
But it would appear he has been conducting some sort of excavation on the edge of the Fields of Peace, and has found something that may be related to Indrasha Deed, or at least the cult that follows him.
Right, it's been some time since we've heard anything on that front.
Apparently a year.
Just about, yeah.
But he would like to employ us to investigate under the guise of bodyguards, I suppose, for his excavation crew.
Right.
I believe his very quiet assistant will be bringing in paperwork shortly, but I wanted to let you know before she just walked in and dropped something on your desk, which is how I expect that will go.
And you're comfortable with this?
I suppose it would be nice to try and track down and make some progress on, well, what we've stirred up at so long ago.
Nice isn't how I describe it, but certainly useful.
Well, if we can do something towards resolving the situation, I would say it's nice. But, yes. I'm comfortable enough working with him. He doesn't really know who I am, so... And from what I've heard of his reputation, he honestly may not care, even if he did know. But that's
as long
based
as you
on
get on his
rumors.
good side, and this could certainly help.
Considering he dabbles in some of the... Well, actually, I don't know if necromancy is less accepted. I would assume, just by its nature, that people probably shy away from it somewhat. That was out of character.
Yeah. Necromancy isn't inherently considered evil or anything. It is a very pragmatic school of magic. But it is one that most people stay away from just because it is kind of heebie-jeebie.
Yeah, that was more what I was referring to.
Yeah.
There is nothing inherently evil about it.
No. In fact, you would know that many of the public works projects throughout the history of the Empire have been built largely by undead hands. Because they don't get tired, you don't have to pay them, and they're expendable.
And sewage doesn't bother them.
Yeah. Yep.
No, like I said, it was more, I'm assuming it's just kind of viewed as somewhat distasteful by the masses.
Yeah, they've shied away from using undead in any sort of public situation, but undead are super useful for things that aren't immediately public facing.
Fair. So, yes. Getting on his good side would definitely be helpful. If nothing else, staying off his bad side seems like a very healthy decision.
Yes, I would say he would be a particularly helpful ally, if a dangerous one to have. I suppose he'd be even more dangerous as an enemy.
Yes, I don't even want to particularly entertain those consequences. But, as I said, we've verbally agreed at this point. More because I don't think you tell an archmage no. Unless you're braver than I am. But it does fall in line with, I would say, our stated goal and continuing work we've done, so doesn't seem to be much of a problem, I would imagine.
Okay. And you fill her in, you're going to the Fields of Peace, you're going to be bodyguards, maybe Cult of Worms going to investigate, see what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
told her it was excavation at the edge of the Fields of Peace, specifically looking for a Cult of Worms under the guise of bodyguarding excavation, so that everyone and their mother doesn't find out that.
Okay.
But considering she already knows about most of it,
yeah,
I'm not really hiding anything from her.
Right.
Especially not now.
Yeah, and it's at the end of this conversation that Elli'sandra does actually walk in, and just as you suspected, walks in, maintaining eye contact with Regina, walks on in, drops the piece of paper at the desk, turns on her heel, and walks out.
Exactly as I imagined it. Maybe I'm getting better with people. Well,
I don't know if I would call her
take
people.
that back. Yes, I just realized that.
She picks up the piece of paper, reads it over. Okay. Right. This all seems fairly straightforward. There is no mention of the Cult of Worms. It is simply a contract for a week or two of watch service, bodyguard service, for the excavation team.
As I said, Malkazir wants to keep that particular term as quiet as possible.
Well, I will assume I should not understand the nuances of this contract and forget this conversation we just had. You sure
Fair.
you're okay with all of this?
Yes.
She signs her name and sets it down, and the piece of paper vanishes.
That's
Well,
a trick.
Suppose that takes care of that.
Oh. Surprising he didn't put anything in the contract there, but either way, considering recent events, I think it's best between us to go with a policy of full transparency at this point. Especially since it seems
with certain people.
Well, I meant specifically with you.
Okay. I appreciate that. It will make my job a lot more difficult, but I appreciate it.
Sorry. But considering I kind of put my life in your hands and it actually panned out better than I would have thought.
Well, you have my patron to thank for that. Something I did want to speak with you and your group about. We'll handle that tomorrow, presumably before you leave to deal with this.
I'll let them know we need to talk with you then.
I'm not quite sure anybody, including Saramov, really understands exactly what happened during that meeting. So
Yes.
we'll see how long this problem is forestalled.
Eh. Yes. That. About the only thing I'm sure of at this point is that I'm not dead or in chains, which was the one thing I was sure was going to happen. So, yes, confused. Just about the best I can sum that up.
Right. Well, I'll save my words of caution for the group as a whole, I suppose. Okay, well, I suppose you have a day of travel on you tomorrow. And some new work. We'll see what that brings.
Indeed.
I'm not sure how much I want any of the other teams involved in this, but if they can be of help, let me know. That is what they're here for. Go rest up. We'll speak tomorrow.
I'll see myself out. Leave her to her stew and paperwork.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When Akila is done with writing her report, she'll give that to Elli'sandra as well.
Yep. Yeah, you can walk downstairs. You see Elli'sandra is simply standing right next to the door, arms folded in front of her, just staring blankly forward.
Yeah, listen, I figured. It's just probably a packet of paper, honestly.
You approach her. She extends her hand and takes it from you.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of nods slightly, turns, and just walks out into the night. I assume this is, put in some sort of envelope with a wax seal and whatnot.
Yeah. No, it's not just out there in the open. It's sealed, not blood sealed, but
right,
sealed.
Not blood sealed, but it is sealed. Okay.
All of the secrets of an ancient civilization just in a manila folder.
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I was actually about to say, it sort of surprises you that Malkazir would be okay with this mode of transportation. Likely speaking to Elli'sandra's capabilities.
Oh, yeah, well, that's kind of why I'm not surprised. Because it's like, yeah, no, this is clearly someone he has a lot of faith in. He's clearly quite fond of it.
She's going to walk all the way back to Genavium? Can she not do the grave walk thing?
We don't know. We're not following her.
I don't want to.
No,
I don't think Holly's there to even watch anyway, so I guess not. Curious.
Well, you were there.
I mean, we saw
you were there for the meeting.
We didn't see Elli'sandra do it.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, I know
Fair.
that,
but either way,
I'm wondering if Holly would have gone about her business.
Either way, following the highly capable corpse lady, probably not the best idea.
I guess.
She's not a corpse lady. She's a very well put together elven woman.
No, because last time we met her, I asked if she was breathing, and you're like, nope, she's not. She's a corpse. I'm aware of that.
Together? I mean, like,
what?
Like put together, like built, like from other body parts?
Yes.
The phrasing of that is a little suspicious to me.
His ideal woman.
She looks as normal an elven woman as any other would. I don't think
still alive.
Let's see. Did I make a token for her? I don't know if I made a token for her. No, and it would take long. It would take too long to try to upload that. while streaming. Right? Yeah. So I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I do have an image of Elli'sandra that I can show everybody, but I don't have it on Roll20 because, quite frankly, there should be no reason for her token to be on the board. If her token is on a board, things have gone terribly, terribly wrong.
Fair.
Time.
Okay, so I suppose everyone's going to get a night's rest and prepare for tomorrow.
Sure.
Yep.
Assuming that you will want to be expedient in this matter and leave for your new job the next day.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
So there are two optional scenes I would like to have, and I'll leave it up to you guys if you actually want to have them. So it's in this book. There is. Man, I really went back in that. Okay, there is a. Who do I want to? I have a scene for Aquila and a scene for Ander, both optional.
Okay.
Ander, I did want to have a sort of. Actually, I think I'll roll most of this scene with Lorene into this meeting with Regina tomorrow. So maybe I don't have anything for you just yet. I will say. I will say, actually, that Luteth does come over while you're having dinner down in the canteen, and ask if she could sit with you.
Of course.
Oh, thank you. Well, I just wanted to say I'm glad you're still here.
Yes, things went surprisingly well.
That's good.
Very much so. Seems, at least for the time being, I'm under Soromov's protection, I think.
I guess so. Rennick said something like that. Said he flashed some sort of badge and...
Was Rennick in the room? Nope, didn't think so.
Not that you saw.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. We don't know too much about our benefactor.
Yes.
Seems like a nice guy.
He does. We've met him once before.
Well,
He's seems an eccentric fellow, but yes, benevolent one, I suppose.
Well, I suppose now that well, now that the Eldritch Blob thing is out of the kidney bean, we could, be a bit more, I don't know, studious on, I guess, getting to know what you do.
Yes, I suppose the people that already know, we can definitely dig in. I probably still should keep that somewhat secret from anyone who's not already in the loop. But...
Right, yeah, yes, definitely. It would certainly be interesting to well, study
I feel like I should have Ander make an insight check to see if he can figure out.
sure.
I don't know what the DC would be, but I feel like he. Not terrible.
I mean, in this immediate context, she's just trying to find a way of saying, it'd be nice to study you without it sounding like she's thinking about you as a specimen, because she's not. She's trying to be polite and nice.
Right. This in combination with the other day, and the fact that this is the most she's probably spoken to me.
I mean, she's in the time that you guys have traveled together, she did tend to try to make contact with you. I don't know how much you picked up on or went with previously, but anytime your group and the Chance Encounters were together, she did try to strike up conversation. And I would say, because this has been downtime over the course of a couple months, even though you were away for a few weeks, you all would have had various, plain social encounters with everyone here, with the Chance Encounters, with the junior squad, whatnot.
And I know evening, but like, what time of the evening is it?
It's the sun's gone down since you've talked with Malkazir. I mean, it's probably we're in the dead of summer. It's like 9 o'clock or something.
Oh,
it's getting late. Yeah.
Oh. No, I guess I'll still make the offer. Well, we're actually contracted on a new job already and heading out tomorrow. But if there was anything you wanted to know, I'm free for the rest of the evening. Or when we get back, we can... If there's anything in particular you had interest in, I'm happy to explain as much as I can, I suppose.
Oh, well, yeah, I was just curious to see what, how you affect the weave is different from, well, how everybody else affects the weave. Maybe we could go over some spells.
Yes, I don't think I've ever actually had the opportunity to compare it directly before. I have this slight comparison that my attempts at learning legitimate magic, as poor as they were, so yes.
Well, okay. Not here, right?
No.
No.
I would say we should probably go... Do they have private rooms too, since they were the second?
Yeah, they have rooms here, yeah.
Yeah. Probably one of our rooms. Someplace where we can...
Okay.
Realizing what he's about to say, like, just yes. Somewhere with no prying eyes.
All right. Okay.
Did you want to go over any of that tonight, or
I
did you want to wait till I got back? Not entirely sure how long we'll be gone, but...
Right. Well, it's up to you. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, sure. I could use some fun before the new job. Something interesting.
Right. Right. Okay.
So yeah, I guess finish
Yeah,
Yeah.
she slowly stands up.
Yeah, I just stuffed down whatever I was eating real quick and. And I'm trying real hard not to actually make innuendos.
Uh-huh.
But I want to say, just because legitimately they're the two choices, your room or mine.
Oh, I, I, I guess whatever you're more comfortable with.
Yeah, I guess let's go with mine then, I suppose.
Okay. She'll follow you upstairs.
And I suppose, yeah, just
Mhm.
go about comparing how we cast any spells we both know.
Yeah, yeah. Despite the awkwardness of that conversation, it is really just comparing spellbooks. And it is interesting because you try to compare your spellbook with hers, and to her, your spellbook is just utter gibberish.
No, I
Right.
would have imagined it would be.
Yeah, it doesn't make
that's how it was
any sense. Yeah.
Well, and I would, explain that, like, that's how it was to me when I found it.
Mm-hmm.
And it slowly seems to reveal itself.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I don't think you two really share any spells in common.
Do we not?
You only have cantrips on your sheet, so I don't know exactly all of your spells.
So I've got thinking ones that aren't exclusively warlock, as far as I know, such as Eldritch Blast or Cleric. Mage Hand, Shocking Grasp. Toll the Dead might only be clerics outside of warlocks.
No, Toll the Dead is or.
So
I
I've got
remember.
Guidance, Eldritch Blast, Mage Hand, Shocking Grasp, Toll the Dead, Vicious Mockery, Detect Magic, Find Familiar, Identify, Tiny Hut.
I'll stop you there because she is most interested in comparing Detect Magic and Identify because she does have those two. So you can.
Thought Identify was one she did have, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously Identify is a ritual spell.
I thought those two would be real interesting because, yeah, Identify I have to cast as a ritual,
Mm-hmm.
and Detect Magic is one of my Eldritch invocations.
Yeah, that's true. Does that? I know every time this comes up, I have to go back and reference. But does this actually cast the spell, or is it just some sort of automatic ability?
So, I think we've
You
I
can
believe
cast
the
a
wording-
detect magic without expending a spell
Yeah.
slot, but you do still need
the
to
wording
cast
is
it.
to cast it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You're. Yeah. So yes, it's very clear that you both cast in drastically different ways. And she's really not sure that anything you are doing actually affects the arcane weave in any direct way, in any way that you in particular are responsible for.
Makes sense.
To her, it seems like you're just doing nonsense things, and the information just comes to you. But you have demonstrated the ability to actually affect other things, so it can't just be giving knowledge.
Well, I think we've discussed it more as a tapping into of power and knowledge, like a tapping into both Zadok's knowledge of how it's done and some of his power to. Instead of tapping into the weave, it's more like tapping into Zadok, I think.
Mm-hmm. Right. And that's kind of what she is. That's her theory as far as the two spells it'll take longer. We'll say these are the two that you can go over tonight. But she is definitely interested to see what it is you do to actually affect the weave and affect other objects. So at some point you can compare Mage Hand and go over other various spells you have. But yeah, there's sort of this third-party confirmation that this ability is not really using the weave to identify, and mostly just using Zadok's knowledge. Let me actually roll something for her. Okay. Yeah, so she's gonna mull things over in her head and work on some theories, but you spend a couple hours going over how various things work. And once you get into the more, practical, studious, comparing magic things, she opens up a bit more and becomes a lot more comfortable and a lot more confident in what she's talking about and how she does things. She's a very competent magic user. When she is practicing magic, she does so confidently. She's just not a social person. But as soon as that sort of professional conversation comes to an end, and it comes down to the matter of, okay, I guess we're done. We should, I guess, leave and sleep or something. Okay, bye. Sort of situation. Okay. That out of the way. Aquila, there is a scene, an optional scene, I was going to offer. We could flash back to before Adderhast left. And if you were amiable to it, he would have offered to pull you aside and maybe help try to clarify some things.
Sure.
Okay. So this is probably something he does just before he leaves, actually. So he will invite you to walk with him. No, he wouldn't do that. That's not secure enough. Yeah, he would just he would take you back into the library, kick Lorene out, and
I'm just always amused by her getting kicked out of the library.
yeah. Well, it's been an unfortunate couple days. We've talked about this before at the trees. I don't want you to think we're setting you up to fail. It feels like that. And in the Order's eyes, the upper echelon of the Order, you're being set up to encourage retirement. But nobody wants you dead. If we wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Nobody wants that. I certainly don't want that. I made it very clear that I didn't want that. I know there's a lot of strict, very definitive language being thrown out right now. You are prohibited from doing this. You are prohibited from doing that. If we catch you, you will be summarily sentenced even further. Understand that is rhetoric. It's rhetoric I wholly suspect Stavica believes in. But if you come to some sort of problem, we don't expect you to just lay down and die. I don't. You still have your powers to use. Might take a little time to call on them. With the same proficiency, but they're still there. And I still suspect you'll make use of them. We just don't want to know about it.
Right.
Be cautious. Try not to use your powers in the open.
Yeah.
And especially try not to involve the Arcane Census in any of your dealings. But if it comes up, it comes up. It just means you have a little bit of a mess to clean up. If somebody does know who you are or who you're affiliated with, what you do, persuade them to stay quiet. We won't know unless you tell us, or unless somebody reports it. There are ways around that.
Mm.
Is there any more advice I can give you?
Probably, but I don't know. I won't know what I'm missing until I come across the obstacles. But hopefully, with other people there, it won't be such a hindrance.
Exactly that. Exactly that. If these past few days have taught this pack of yours anything, it's that you're strongest when you stick together. Hopefully there won't be any more secrets amongst the group. Now that everything's out in the open. Perhaps...
I don't feel that. It's like I don't necessarily feel like everything's out in the open, but mostly on my end and even on Anders' end.
Don't feel like you need to keep them in the dark. They are part of your family now. That's what a pack is. You can open up to them. Assuming your other new large friend doesn't go He's a very honest person.
He talks too much. Yeah.
He'd be the one I'm concerned about.
Only in the wrong place.
But you'll need to rely on these people.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, there's a foundation for that.
Might be a bit shaky right now, but I think it exists.
Well, work on that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sort of romance to the lone wolf motif. It's not nearly as effective as a whole pack.
No,
It's not nearly as safe.
no. In times of trouble, it's the lone wolf that dies.
You're starting to understand.
Getting there. Should have gotten there sooner, but I'm getting there.
Well, as much as the Order is hesitant to allow you to stay in this new order, this People's Ascension, it does give you... Their charter certainly gives you plenty of opportunity to do good.
I think they'd be more interested in what a group like this is going to dig up.
They're concerned about how publicly that digging will be.
Yeah.
We've always worked in the background. In fact, organizations like these have they've had a tendency to force our hand, expose things that we've known about for a while, that we've been working on for a while. Or you may uncover something entirely new, as you have before. At least to my knowledge. You'll have your opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Just, be mindful of any public-facing information.
Yes.
All right.
I do not intend to make a spectacle of myself.
Good. There's a time for flash and a time for discretion. Well, he slams his hands down on the table and pushes himself up. Starts walking towards the door. About time I get out of here.
Yeah. I'm sure the others are missing you.
Stay safe, pup.
I will. Well, relatively.
And remember,
There's always danger in what we do.
I want to forget you even exist until you're back in my life. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, later, whoever you are.
Bye, buddy.
Okay. So that's a flashback you have as you are sitting in your room, packing your bag for the adventure ahead, thinking about how difficult things will be with these new restrictions, and you're reminded, maybe with some level of warmth, that Adderhast is still trying to mentor you through this problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, the next day, unless there's anything else, the next day you'll all get up, you'll gather your things, you'll get ready to head out, and Regina does call all of you to her office. Okay. Thank you all for agreeing to meet again. I'll keep this brief, as I think plenty of this has been said by multiple people on multiple occasions. I just... and I should note that Laureen is also in the room for this conversation. I just wanted to reiterate that while these past couple days have been difficult, hopefully this will bring the group together. And well, now know how some of you function. We can all work to better incorporate each other. I'm just saying that I'm hoping this can be a bonding experience. Lorene pointed out that I should also caution all of you. She looks to Aquila and to Ander, and then amongst a group to all of you. That all of this trouble that has been within these walls the past couple weeks really is not outside of these walls. Ander, I don't think anybody knows the full extent of what Saramov is claiming. But you are not a member of the Arcane Census. Whatever being you work for, with, is not a recognized entity. You're not part of any affiliation. For all intents and purposes, the people who need to know still don't know. So, out there, be just as careful.
Yes, I had no intention of changing how I operate.
Okay. But, amongst your group, amongst us here, I hope there can be more openness. Aquila, I take it this conversation has been had before?
Yes.
I suppose the same goes for you now. And as a reminder to the other three, as much as I appreciate honesty, excessive honesty can put people in danger. That's really all. I just wanted to make sure you stay safe and try not to involve any more dangerous organizations in my line of work. You're all responsible for each other now. I'm hoping that's something that should have come up throughout this last year, though there's been some change in the rosters. But you're all responsible for each other now. You all need to be there for each other. You all need to support each other. I'm hoping you can build and grow on this. I think the events of the past few weeks have stretched this group to a point of tension. But build off of that. Treat it like a muscle. You've worked it till it's sore. Now it'll grow back stronger, if you keep up on it. And be careful with this one. Not only is it some ancient necromantic prince of evil, I don't know. You also have Malkazir on the other side. I was telling Ander here. Very powerful ally, but a dangerous one, even as a friend. Ohmn, I take it you'll be joining them for all this?
If they'll still have me.
Well?
I didn't realize anyone was questioning that. Yes.
Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
I feel like I perhaps disrupted some boundaries. And I apologize for that. I felt I was fulfilling something of a civic duty. He sort of looks over to Lorene for a minute.
She does nod noticeably at you.
On the other side of everything, honestly, my plan was all along to eventually have Saramov know. I thought it would take a number of years to do it safely, but since I'm still standing here, I guess I should actually just be thankful that you sped up those plans and I didn't waste so much time. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're good.
Sometimes it's far less painful to remove the bandage quickly.
No.
The pain may be greater for an instant, but...
Out of character, I think that only applies to adhesive bandages.
I don't know, man. You ever had a linen bandage stuck to a bloody scab?
No.
Touche.
Still hurts.
Yeah, fair. In some instances. Thankfully, this was apparently one of them.
Well, I will be honest, I will not benefit from you being so forthcoming in the future. But I am not opposed to your presence.
I only felt it necessary because of the implications of what Ander could have been.
Well, as you said, I think boundaries that needed eventually to be disrupted. Like I said, I hope this will be a painful experience that brings everybody together. Now that it's all out in the open, for us, at least. I suppose the people who do know, the people who do need to know, do know. They just won't admit that they know. Right?
Close enough.
I think that's what we're going to operate on for now.
Okay. So,
You know what?
right. I don't know if that's the point or the exact opposite. But just
Let's not look too
stay
much into
out
it.
of trouble, I guess. That's hard to do in our line of work. But, preferably
Taking
trouble
notes.
you can swing a giant sword at. easiest to manage.
I was gonna say keep below the radar, but we don't have radar.
Okay. Well, I won't keep you. I suppose I should remind you. She looks over to Lorraine. About the very specific and simple nature of this job that you're performing. So, good luck on guard duty. I hope it is a quiet shift. And Lorraine kind of folds her arms and gives her a questioning look.
Yep, just glorified guard duty.
Oh, one more thing. She pulls out a ledger. As soon as I find my ledger. She shuffles through some paperwork in her drawers.
Maybe I should have gotten her an organizer instead of a paperweight.
Yeah,
You can get her one next time.
A Rolodex and a small filing cabinet.
Yeah.
But you can get her one next time.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Get her a ye olde filing cabinet.
A planner. Personal planner.
It's like next Shards Fest, next Shards Fest, she's just gonna get a bunch of organizational crap. Who could be a labeler?
Yeah, she goes through a ledger, and she does actually step out of her chair and kneel down behind her desk, and you feel her tampering with something. You hear a creak of some hinges, and she pops back up with a coin purse, and counts out. Yeah, she hands each of you 5 platinum. And
Ooh.
advance.
Ooh, what's this for?
It's for your job. It's guard duty. You'll be paid in advance whether something happens or not.
Right.
That's nice.
Lorene's look of suspicion increases, as that's a lot of money for simple guard duty. So that's 500 gold a person.
Yep.
Well.
Wait, that's only 50.
It's level 50, right?
Yeah, that's only 50 gold.
That platinum is 50 gold.
Right.
Unless you want to give us 50 platinum.
Yeah.
Yeah, you each get 50 platinum.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
you each get 500 gold.
Oh.
You each get 500 gold.
Oh, okay. Let me go change that. Okay, yes, no, that does seem like quite a lot
Yes.
for simple guard duty.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Before I was
Wow.
like, 50 gold, that's not that much. For us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe we'll find some kind of treasure while we're there.
I know. Okay, but this definitely explains Lorene's increasing suspicion.
Yes, I apologize. You each get 500 gold, though it isn't in the form of platinum coins, and not 500 pieces of coin. It's only 50 pieces of coin a piece, which is still a nice stack of coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, safe travels. May Weodoma guide you safely in your journey. Fair weather. And all that. And she sees you out as you go about on your new task. I assume you tack up. Who is it? Apple and
the other horse.
the other one that is not a simple name. I'm going to remember.
I would apologize, but I'm not sorry.
I remember Apple because I had a horse named Apple. It's very easy to remember.
Capua.
Capua,
Cool.
sure.
Do we need
that
any
was an 8.
supplies before we head out?
Wouldn't hurt. Probably do need some more like rations and crap.
Okay.
And it's been a while since we've seen Milzer.
There is. I'm trying to usher you out of Duepon.
Milzer, damn it!
But we can go to Milzer's.
If you would like us to skip
Hey.
Milzers, we can.
No, we can do Milzer's.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it
We have
quick.
not been there in a long time.
We're gonna make it quick.
Quick shopping trip.
Yeah.
You know.
We'll see if I can remember how I do Milzer, because it's been a long time since we've done Milzer.
Crazy gnome.
But before we get to that nonsense, let's go ahead and take a break. I was gonna have this break.
Right.
And jump straight into what we're doing over on the Fields of Peace. But we can stop at Milzer's first.
Sure.
Okay, cool. So we're going to take a quick break. First half of this session, just wrapping up all the business here, getting the logistics of a new job out of the way, and then we'll pick up in a couple minutes. Apparently first with a crazy gnome, and then we'll head over to the deadly Fields of Peace and see what kind of crazy necromantic cult nonsense is going on over there. So, stick around, stick with us, but feel free to get up, stretch your legs, grab a snack, roll some hit dice, and we'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes or so. So we'll see you in a bit. All right, we are back. Thanks for sticking around with us if you are still here, and I hope you are, because we're about to have some fun stuff. So, yeah, first half of this episode was finishing up some minor roleplay aspects, clarifying some things in the past, and setting up the job for our group's next mission, the next story arc. There is it is not being hidden at all by me, the GM, that this is the inciting event for something a lot larger. But for the characters, it is simple guard duty for an excavation team while they look into the possibility of some necromantic cult being there. I'm sure they're not there. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, totally not there.
Yeah. Malkazir just paid you 500 gold pieces each to hang out for a week and a half.
As an
Sounds right.
advance.
Yeah. Okay, so let's dive right back into this. This being really, even though we're on episode 10, really the first episode of our new story arc. It takes us a little while to get places.
Hate it.
Okay.
But first,
shopping. Yes.
Oh, shopping!
Shopping. All right.
We just got money. Let's go shopping.
Right.
Just spend all of it in one place.
No.
All of this prep work. All this prep work I should have been doing to prepare for Milzer and your impromptu shopping, I did not do because I was making more tea, because tea is very important. So,
Very important.
let me remind myself the eccentricity that is Milzer, and find my my list of shopping items.
he could be super eccentric and have forgotten that he put the I am lunch sign up on his door and is wondering currently why he has no customers.
Uh-huh.
That'd be like Milzer.
It would, but that would be sad.
Okay. Cool. Yes. Well, I like that, actually. That sounds great. GMs always lean into good player ideas, even if they're not what you originally intended. So, the group of you, as you're getting some of the, hired hands at the guild to set up your horses and your wagon, you can go and gather supplies at Milzer's. And you walk down through town. I wonder if I ever put the Duepon map in here. No.
You have a Duepon map?
Not on...
Yeah, of course you do.
I don't think we ever.
And I was just saying, it's like, of course you do. Whether we've seen it or not, of course you do.
Well, you guys have definitely seen the Duepon map, but
Yeah, we haven't seen it.
Yeah, not recently.
Not
I remember
recently.
seeing it at the very beginning.
not since we've been using Roll20, so it's not one of my handouts. But anyway, yes, you travel down one of the secondary roads that the guild house is on, and down onto the main road of Duepon. This being the place that has the Battered Cod Tavern. Another place you guys haven't been for quite a while. Of course, the Mayoral Hall is there as well, now staffed by Mayor Corvo Remington. A few more shops here and there, the most important of which is Milzer's. Milzer's is really just a simple general goods store, but you never know what he's going to have. Every time you've been in there and inquired as to unusual items, he's always produced something. Of which a number of you have some of his minor weird magic items. The rain stick,
A rooster.
The rooster hasn't really come up since it was originally bought. The fishing
That was
hook.
I think that was the gift, but
That was a gift. Yeah, that was a shard
Yeah, actually, I
gift.
think that was
yeah.
But
That's
the
in
fishing
Polly's
hook,
room.
the frying pan, I believe.
No, the frying pan we found at the bandit camp.
Did you? You did find that at the bandit camp. Yeah.
I have my bug ring.
Right. It's been a long time, and quite frankly, I pulled Milzer's weird magic item list is the same list I use for early magic item rewards. So whether you found them or bought them at Milzer's, yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's right. The floppy wand was one.
Yeah, that floppy wand. The floppy wand makes things bounce, right?
Yeah,
I think that's the bouncy wand.
the hag stole it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that thing.
That was sad because it's like Andrew never got to make use of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she only takes the really important items like ancient necromantic rods and floppy bouncy wands.
And flaccid wands.
Yep. Okay, so you make it down to Milzer's shop, and there is no sign on the door. You see a little bit of light coming through the windows, but the curtain is still mostly shut from the inside. However, as you approach the door and get ready to go in, you notice the sign laying on the ground that says, "I am lunch."
I'm still going to try to open the door.
Okay. You open the door, and it does seem to be locked.
Should we knock?
Yeah, let's try knocking.
All right, you go up and you stand and converse with each other and go to knock on the door. You give it a few good taps and... Oh, yes. Come in.
It's locked.
What?
The door's locked, Milzer.
Why is it locked?
You tell us.
Oh, right. Inside. I am inside, and you're outside. One moment. You assume he hops down from whatever perch he is on and scrambles over to the door. And then you hear... Oh, right. Wrong side.
Now?
Again, wrong side. Goes and you hear him fiddling with some locks. And you hear the locks unlatch, but the door doesn't open. And then you notice the curtains get thrown open.
Open the door.
You open the door. It is unlocked, and you can walk inside.
Okay. Let's go.
Yes. So for Ohmn
Milzer.
and the audience, but for Ohmn, who has not before seen Milzer, Milzer is an elderly gnome. This crazy gray white hair that's just frazzled and all over the place. Always has this big crooked smile on his face, but he's missing some teeth. He looks like he's up there in age. He's got some spotting to him. It just so happens in this particular instance, Milzer's tunic is on backwards. But he scrabbles back behind his desk and climbs up on the stool that he perches on and sits there. I know you people.
Yeah, hi.
Not you.
Yes. It's been a while.
Yes. Much while. Medium while? Many while.
Many while.
Many whiles.
Big while.
Big while.
Yes. We're here to spend
Got anything fun?
spend money.
Good. Yes. Money. Money is good. Much money. Many money. Medium money. Did you ever find medium money? Where'd he go?
He's gone. I
Still.
don't think I actually know who that is.
That's annoying.
Because I think that was Saba, so
Yeah, that was
dead.
Saba, so Aquila doesn't know about Saba.
Yeah. I'm just assuming he's gone,
already
because
told
I know
Saba
there were
that
people
he
who
was
were with
gone.
this group before me.
Shame. I like media money.
Oh, we still have media money.
Oh, good.
Not until I find something I want to buy.
Oh, well then go look.
I will.
What do you
Do I
want?
see anything fun or interesting
Oh,
that catches my
say,
eye?
can Andrew use his magic vision?
Yes, I'll
Yeah.
wander around to the back of the store, I suppose, and
That is previously how it's usually worked.
That is usually what we do.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a... Yeah, I mean, detect magic would ping anything that is in here. So roll me a d4 plus 1. Okay. You guys have your choice of some items here.
Yay!
So
That's
as
the
you are
most
looking
stuff we
around,
could've gotten.
you do see 5 little blips that pop up. Nothing that is too terribly powerful, but you do detect the presence of magic in here. And this is a fairly poorly lit establishment. Almost floor-to-ceiling shelves that go up to a normal height for for a human. A gnome, however, you're both surprised and also not about the state of how merchandise is arranged here. There is stuff on the top shelves, likely stuff that he climbed up and placed there, but there's no organization at all. Things are, fallen over and perched precariously on top of other things. There's other items that are strewn about just on the floor or in a pile at the end of an aisle. Most of it is simply basic adventuring, good stuff. There's a whole just pile of ration packs that have been set up. There's one shelf, actually, a whole shelf that just has rope strewn all about it, wrapped all around the different posts and over the shelves and knotted against each other, and it's just this whole rope jungle mess. But probably several different pieces of rope there.
does anyone need rope?
A whole one shelf is just a big pile of various utensils, a whole pile of forks, and a whole pile of knives, and a whole pile of spoons. But you notice amongst all of this mess, you do pick up 5 different pings. So let me go ahead and let's see here. I need... Okay. Let's see what Mildred has.
Yeah. Fun things.
Hopefully fun things. I'm so excited.
Actually, I should simply do this because I can. I feel like every time we've been here, I have rolled a 38, and nobody's ever bought this particular item.
What is it?
Oh, what is it?
Okay, so you can go in and gather up these 5 different items. You find, in particular, a wand. It is a wand made from bramble wood, and it very, very shoddy, simple looking wand. It has some knots and it's not exactly straight. You see...
What just auras are they giving off while you're describing them?
Yeah.
The wand is transmutation.
Hmm.
You find a luxurious green cape. Very very nice, almost velvety material. It has a slight sheen to it. And it's kind of fuzzy. That has, strangely enough, necromantic magic on it. You find what looks like a coin with a hole at the top, some sort of medallion that was probably originally had a piece of string tied through, or leather or whatever it may have been. And it has the symbol of Solix on it. The sun motif. That has... I think that would be transmutation magic on that. You find a small, three-legged iron cauldron with arcane runes etched on its base. Sort of cook pot, about yay big, about the size of a, like a decent-sized rice cooker or pressure cooker, crock pot kind of thing. That has evocation magic on it. And you find a thick iron rod tapered at both ends, so it's kind of pointed at both ends. And that has, I believe, let me double check so I say it correctly. Flipping through some pages. It has the school of spell, the spell school, casting school, that is evocation. It has evocation magic on it.
Well, I guess it.
I kind of want the cape.
I was actually about to say I was going for the cape.
See, I knew Tali
you
was
can
going to go
have
for that
that.
cape. Well, I'll pick up that, what was it, that metal rod, the last one?
Sure.
I would say everyone pick something up and try and figure out what it does.
I know. I mean, you
Yeah.
can figure it out.
I want the coin. I'll take the coin then, since I already have the
Oh,
cape. I'll let
okay.
Andrew have the cape, but I'll take the coin.
The coin of
I
Solix?
did wonder, since you already have it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew wasn't going to pick up that coin anyway. I knew.
Hell,
Doc doesn't
no.
like to share.
I've learned my lesson about touching religious iconography unless I'm going to break it.
Zadok's
No,
a
it's like
jealous
just-
girlfriend.
Kind of is, yeah. No, he's Andrew's magic daddy.
I think I like jealous girlfriend better.
Yeah, but the other one's more accurate.
Ohmn, Sevgi, would you guys like to?
Is anyone going to attempt the
Partake.
wand or the pot?
How much for this wand,
Magic crock pot?
small man?
Oh, let me see. Picks it up. And bangs it against the desk. So just drops it on the counter and falls off of his stool, and you hear him rummaging behind the counter. And you hear the sound of a few glass vials being knocked over. One of them clearly breaks. It comes back up with a little round piece of glass. He holds it up to his
Supposed to be
eye.
like one of those jewelers things?
It's supposed to be. It's not, but it's supposed
Yeah.
to be. Holds it up to his eye and kind of takes the stick and. Actually, no, I like that better. He closes the eye that the glass is on, and he brings it closer and.
Yes.
Yes, very very important, very good stuff, very good stuff.
It's a
Medium
stick.
money.
How much medium money?
I gingerly put down 1 gold piece onto the counter. I reach for a second gold piece. Slowly put it down onto the counter. Even slower this time, more sternly stare at him as I withdraw the 3rd gold piece from my coin pouch and slowly lay it down on the counter.
Your other medium money was more medium. I liked medium money.
I'll gingerly take that last gold piece back.
Hey, no, fine.
Is anyone going to tell him that medium money is dead?
No.
Yeah, Milzer pretty much jumps
Sorry, told him
over
before.
onto the counter and kind of scrabbles for that 3rd gold piece.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll take the 3 gold and just sort of like push the stick towards you.
What about for this coin?
Coin?
This one with the hole in it. Can't be worth much.
Yes, it has a hole in it. It's defective. You can have it.
Oh, sweet, thanks. Here, I'll give you a regular coin just to trade. I'll give him like a silver. And I'll give him a gold. I don't want to rip him off. I feel bad. He's Mills.
Why? He just ripped off Ohmn.
Oh?
He's ripped you off before.
I can't do that to him, okay? He gave me a present in the past.
He still ripped you off before.
He will gladly take that gold piece. Good. Coin for coin.
Okay.
I guess I'll bring up the iron rod. I would like this.
That's pointy. Be careful.
I'm good with pointy things.
Oh.
Point to the swords.
Yes. Trade?
You cannot have my swords.
Oh.
How much?
Oh. Medium money.
How much medium money?
$12.
That is a bit much, don't you think?
No.
I think it is a bit much.
Fine. 14.
I was waiting for that, I really was. That is more. Don't say 16.
$15.
You walked into that one.
Oh, I know. I was also waiting for him to go up above that. Okay. Hit him 15 copper because he didn't say what.
Sort of piles the 15 copper together. Your gold's the wrong color.
Maybe you're just seeing it the wrong color.
He takes this piece of glass again and... I don't know.
I don't know. How about I give you 15 of these not gold color stuff. It's silver.
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh, come on. You know I won't do well at that.
Well, you're trying to talk 15 gold down to What, like 2?
Yeah, well, he's overcharging.
Oh,
You don't know
Yeah,
that.
no, I knew. Yes, I do.
These are
He started.
about in line with the prices he's always charged.
When was the last time I bought something from him?
Well, you definitely.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know. I knew I was going to do terrible.
No. Wrong color. My pointy thing. Mine. Gimme. Mine. Mine.
You want the pointy thing, or do you want gold?
Yes.
I said or.
Can it be a pointy gold thing?
I mean, I don't think coins are pointy.
He reaches in his pocket to pull out that single gold piece he had from Tali.
Mm-hmm.
It reaches down and pulls out a hammer, puts his hand down, puts a finger down on the coin to hold it.
Free the man before he does that. Or give him back the stick.
No. Don't.
Medium money.
But do you want? Okay. You want the money? I get the rod.
Yes.
Okay. I'll give it to him.
How much?
I'll give him the 15. 15
Okay.
gold isn't actually that much.
No, you just got 500. Okay.
I know.
Yeah, he will.
I know. I was just being stingy.
He will take the gold, and you can have the double-sided pointy rod.
Yep.
While they're all doing that, I'm actually going to try put the cloak on and see if I notice anything.
Okay.
If I can figure out what it is before I buy it.
You put the cloak on.
And you die.
You don't really notice anything. It's a nice cloak. It fits well. It's shiny and soft.
Can I attempt an Arcana check to see if I can figure out any more about it, or does that going to require identify?
I mean, it's a very simple magic item. There's not even really runes on it, so there's not much you can go on. You'd probably have to spend the time to do an identify ritual.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
I'd say the back and forth while everybody else is haggling and talking. You could probably get it done if you wanted to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll set up in the back of the shop then and try to do that if...
Yeah, he doesn't mind.
Okay.
So about 10 minutes goes by, which is about the time it took to deal with the other three. Yeah, you feel that sort of inky, suctiony feeling at the top of your skull. You kind of see the periphery of your vision goes a little oily as you focus on this item. And you hear a slight chuckle. Silly gnome. And flooding into your head, you realize, out of nowhere, that this is a cape of chlorophyll. The user regains 1 HP per hour as long as they are within sunlight, and if exposed to sunlight for 6 hours, the user does not need to eat for 24 hours.
Cool.
Nice.
So it allows you to photosynthesize.
That is so very fitting with the armor I have.
It really is.
It's amazing
Yeah, I'm
how
kind of
that
glad that
worked
went to Andrew now. 'Cause
out. don't know. It would also have fit Arlene with the whole her nature god.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Alright, I'll take
and
that
needs
up
it more
to
with his, you know.
Okay.
Squishiness.
I'll take it up to the
Yeah.
counter and ask him what he wants for it.
You people ask a lot of questions.
I mean,
We don't ask where anything comes from.
fine. Put 5 gold on the table.
Make a persuasion check. He dives at the gold.
Oh, that was good.
Just, yes.
What you doing business with the meal, sir?
I'm gonna say there's one thing left. Would Sevgi like it?
What was that? The magic pot?
Yeah, the pot. Yeah.
Yep, sure. Why not? She'll go for it.
Oh,
Everybody gets
Magic
something.
crock pot. Yay. Everybody wins.
We'll find out in a minute. We don't know what we have except for Andrew.
Yeah.
Look, we can always trade things around.
Everybody wins.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
The cook pot.
Just remember not to say cook too much.
Yeah, we can't say it out loud with the magic.
I
wheel.
know. I'm pretty sure we
Is it in
have
my
said
backpack
it,
now?
and Jack's
think
just
I'm
been nice
holding
enough
it.
not to bring that up,
Mm-hmm.
or he forgot. Either of those work.
Okay. So you
The
come
magic
up
tequila.
with
Is
this.
it me or is it tequila?
Hmm?
We can figure it out later.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Yeah, Sevgi, you walk up with this. It's pretty heavy, actually. It's a cast iron cook pot. It's a good few pounds. By a good few pounds, I mean it's probably like 10 pounds. You can go and set it on the table. Ooh, are you making dinner?
Sure.
Thank you.
And what? And I guess you'll how much?
Two bowls.
How much for the pot? She has to buy it before she can cook with it.
Oh. 4 gold. And 2 bowls.
Well,
Wait, what are you
after
making?
dinner. Can I come back to make you food later?
Yes, it is too early for dinner.
I'll take that. Okay, she gives him the 4 gold pieces.
Good. I will set the table. And he takes the 4 gold and hops down and starts moving towards the back of the shop.
Oh,
no, I feel
bad
bad.
now.
Now I feel bad.
Oh, I almost feel bad about that.
And-
She'll probably
Oh, he's
forget
gonna
though.
get stood up. I hope so.
And
Yep.
in the back of the shop, you hear the sound of things clattering. A couple pieces of ceramic fall and shatter on the floor. You hear him curse a little. I got you, damn it! Leaves the 5 of you just standing there in the front of the shop.
Let's go.
So did we just
bye,
come
Milder.
here for
Thank you.
trinkets, or are we actually shopping
You
for...
didn't actually get anything else.
We're leaving now.
Someone remind me
Right.
to bring food when we come back here.
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
This has happened before, where you've gone in to get regular supplies, and Milzer twists everything around.
No.
and you leave without getting what you wanted.
I'm not upset though.
Okay. So with 4 mysterious items in hand and 1 photosynthesis cape.
One plant cape.
Yep. These are super basic things. None of these require attunement. But whether it be through a short rest of experimentation or through an identification spell, you can figure out what these things are.
Cute.
I kind of have a suspicion on what the coin
Yeah.
does, but
What do you think the
I'll
coin
test
does?
it out later. I feel like you can start fires with it, like holding up a magnifying glass on a stick, you know,
Yeah,
but with the coin, Solix coin.
I don't know.
That'd be cool.
That
would
would
be
be,
cool.
but I don't know about that. Maybe
Or you
it
can-
just as a light.
Or maybe I can. I was thinking that too. Like you could look through it and see in the dark, but I'm like, if I'm wrong and it was the first one that was right, you look through it and your eye's gonna catch on fire, and that would suck. No.
Well, we'll find out.
Probably test out the first one before testing out the second one.
Or you could just have identify cast on it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was like, we know Ander can.
They're
But
charging you.
not here.
So it's still fairly early in the morning. It's like 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
10
but we
a.m.
do need to get
the
going.
day is yours. You
I'm
wanna
ready to go.
I was gonna say, does anyone actually need anything before we head out?
Yeah, not really.
No, not unless. Does anybody need potions?
How
We still
far
have a
are we
spell.
traveling? Roughly.
It's not
Um,
that far.
let me reference the map of Genavia. There it is. Okay.
You
You
popped it up
guys-
for everyone.
Yep, I know. So you can follow along. We are over here at 3, and you are heading to the northeastern section of this of the Fields of Peace.
Okay.
Let's see. So with the cart, that's going to be 1, 2, 3,
7 days?
4. Well, going through Lydiad, or around Lydiad, if you still insist on that.
Yeah.
It would be 4 days to the Fields of Peace, and then you could skirt around the boundary for another day and a half to get to the campsite. Or you can continue on the road up around Genavium, back down. No, that wouldn't make any sense. So it's
No.
it'd be 5.5 days with the last day and a half being off road.
I was going to say, I don't actually have any potions on me.
Okay.
I think I either used or gave
Recal.
the one I had.
Yeah, you God, you used it on Ohmn, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
You saved Omen's ass.
that's right. Yeah, well, favor was returned, so. So, I mean, if you have stuff to make them, I mean,
I don't. I can get the stuff to make them.
that'd probably be more
Potentially.
economical than buying them.
In fact, Gemzia at the guild hall would have the things you need to make
No.
them. She would
Okay.
charge you from them because it'd be out of her stock, but you would get the guild
Yeah.
discount of 20% off.
Okay, so I could have gotten stuff from her already.
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
It
how much would
it-
that cost?
takes you, 50 gold to make one potion, I believe?
Something like that. Yeah, but is that with or without my proficiency? Because I get them. Because I can do it half cost with proficiency, can I?
Well, let's reference.
If
the
I'm
tool
proficient with
proficiency.
the alchemy
78.
crap.
I mean, I believe proficiency just allows you to do it. If you weren't proficient, you wouldn't be able to make them.
don't
But-
know.
Strictly speaking, rules as written. I know you have your own rules for this stuff. Proficiency with herbalism kit allows you to make potions of healing for half.
Okay. But I thought we always kept doing it off alchemy stuff.
Yeah, we've previously done it with alchemy.
Like I said, you have your own. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, herbalism would be more salves, and I don't think you've finished your herbalism.
Nope.
Half
proficiency.
But you would have half proficiency. So you could probably attempt salves. It's just alchemy is more arcane based, and herbalism is obviously more mundane based. But if we reference the item creation rules, I have, here we go. Potions of healing. Yes, I already have those halved because they're consumables. Yeah, it would normally be 25 gold per normal healing potion. And you are proficient enough to make those at a 1-to-1 ratio without even having to roll. You could attempt to make greater healing potions. It would cost 100 gold pieces in materials, and you would have to roll for it. But
no, right now I'm just doing the regular healing, just because those are, in a pen.
So... because you're getting them through the gold, through the guild, instead of 25 gold apiece, they're 20 gold apiece.
Okay.
And I will say, she has. Let's see how much stock she has available.
Fair enough.
She has enough for 5 potions.
Cool. I still have one. Talia has heals. So I guess
and 3 salves too. So.
Huh? Oh, you have salves.
I also have 3 salves.
Okay. Now I get enough for 3 so that everybody else can have one.
Okay.
Again, because we mostly just use them for somebody needs to get up.
So you can hand over 60 gold. She thanks you and packages them up in a little satchel. It's mainly just herbs and whatnot. Herbs and the silver rod that you need to mix things with, because the silver rod is consumed. Everything else you already have with your alchemist kit.
Yep.
Yeah, fortunately, whatever process this is negates the silver as far as, your allergy to it.
Allergy?
Yeah, it's an allergy.
That's not an inaccurate way of describing it.
A severe allergic reaction to silver.
Yep, which I've told literally nobody else about.
Okay. It does take an hour to make each of these potions. So over the course of the day, I'll say you can make one when you stop for lunch, and another you can make the rest over your long rest on one of these nights. So by the time you get to where you're going, you'll have these made.
Cool. That's what matters. So everybody else gets one.
Okay.
By which I mean Sevgi, Ander, and Ohmn all get a potion.
Okay.
Because like I said, I already have one. And I somehow have a couple of healing salves. I don't remember where I got those. But they're near the bottom, so it must have been recent.
Didn't you make some of those?
No, I think I must have bought them the same time Tali did.
Any other concerns before or during your travels?
I'll take the time to ritually cast Identify.
Okay.
Figure out what this maybe a stick is.
Yes, you have the wand. This is. Let's flip back through my stack of papers. This is a wand of tomato slinging. It fires spectral tomatoes as an action, dealing 1 psychic damage within a range of 100 feet.
I love that it's psychic damage.
So you can pick it up and you can flick it in the air, and out shoots a sort of sparkly, transparent tomato that flies for about 100 feet and then splats against the ground and slowly disappears.
Don't suppose you can check out mine too.
Ooh, and me.
I would appreciate it.
Throughout the journey, you guys can all identify what you are using, or what you just bought.
Yes, we want to know what our stuff is.
Yep. Because if you have identify, there's no funny antics of trying to figure out what magic items do.
Yeah, I mean, we had that at the very beginning.
Yeah. Okay. The coin that Tali has is a medallion of Saint Timos, which is a saint of Solix. During the day, you get +1 to your charisma.
Ooh.
Or I should
a negative
say,
modifier.
When you during the day you get +1 to your charisma. At night you get -1 to your charisma and -1 to your dexterity.
Oh.
Oh my god, I actually have a thing that's like the opposite of that almost.
I think so. I think somebody got the the locket of
Yeah,
Nightclare.
I have it.
Yeah.
I had it because I remember you described it, and Akila was like, "I'm getting this because it's associated with the Cambria," because it was clearly, obviously that. Except it's plus dexterity.
It does not take it does not take up an attunement slot, but it does take a day to use it. So if you get the +1 charisma for the day, you will subsequently get the negatives for the night. You can't just put it on during the day and take it off at night and just get the positives.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not going to use that. So I'll just keep it in my bag and, I don't know, leave it there for now.
You can trade it for something later.
Then we have
Maybe.
the convenient cook pot, which is which is really just it's really just a cook pot version of the skillet. You say cook and it heats up. It's just now you have a pot and a skillet.
We can make soup.
And
Much heavier.
the double-sided tapered rod is a Mage Lancer's rod. As an action, both ends will discharge a level 1 magic missile.
I am not upset with that. I have magic now.
Cool.
That's both ends, though, right?
Yes.
I know, but it's like, that's both ends at the same time.
We will say that it has 5 charges, and it costs 1 charge each use.
Yes, but it fires out of both at simultaneously.
Yes.
Just hold it sideways.
You could try that.
There you go.
Okay.
We'll see.
So, over the next 5.5 days, you can travel on towards the Fields of Peace. Do you go through Lydiad, or do you skirt around?
I think we should go around. It'd be a little awkward to show up there. No.
Never going back in that city again, are we?
We're never going back in there. It's like, nope. It's like, we'll let them think we perished.
Sure.
Surely they know that that is not the case.
Yes,
Sure.
but, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they do, but at the same time, if we don't show up, they can't call us on it.
Okay.
If you guys want to skirt around, we can.
It's probably for the best.
The best for us, at least.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you can skirt around Lydiard. It's easy enough to do. There is an exterior road that just bypasses Lydiard for caravans that don't need to make the stop. Yeah, this is a fairly safe, well-traveled road within the capital province of the Empire. Any dangers you might face, you could easily dispatch, be them simple highwaymen or the occasional small wolf pack that you probably just yell out and scare away. You can make it to where the road sort of skirts up against the Fields of Peace, and by skirts up I mean there's probably a mile and a half between the road and where the Fields of Peace actually start. And that's where you get off the road and go off roading in your horse and buggy. And you will have to camp on the edge of, maybe not directly on the edge of, but before you get to the excavation site. So you probably set up the bubble a few thousand feet from the edge of the Fields of Peace, and you're safely within there, so there's not much concern. I'm sure you guys do set up some sort of watch, just to be safe. And Ander, you have a more difficult time than usual trying to fall asleep. You are reminded, whether by yourself or by Zadok, of the necromantic rod that you briefly had in your possession. You remember the feeling it gave you, that clawing, cold, life-draining, near-death experience shock you would get if anybody gripped the rod with their living flesh. And you are reminded by how excited Zadok was at the prospect of learning, using that rod. It was significant. It was something significant enough that he wants it. Or at the very least, wants you to have it in order to understand it, or in order to make some use of it, whether it be its intended use or not. Or perhaps it simply has a historical value. But it's difficult to fall asleep remembering, almost obsessing about how you lost the rod. And that bitch hag that trapped you and ran off with your stuff. And thinking about where that hag might be and what sort of trouble she could make with such a powerful relic. And how much you, Zadok, is there a difference right now, want that rod back. And even though you know your dome is climate controlled to your specifications, you feel chilly. sort of mentally will the temperature to go up a little bit, but you still feel chilly. But eventually, you can make it to sleep. And the morning comes without incident. You guys can pack up and continue the last leg of your journey. So in doing so, after another about half day's travel, another 4 hours or so of travel, you do begin seeing over one of the hills, and a bit ways into the Fields of Peace, a number of tents set up, staked into the dry, cracked, gray wasteland soil, that are set up around a hill. It looks too uniform and too compact, too small to be a natural hill. It looks like probably a man-made mound, and as you approach, you notice that not only is it one hill, but within the hill there are 3 smaller hills. Sort of like that.
Okay.
And you continue making your way there. Eventually you do get to the edge of the Fields of Peace. Who's helming the cart? Who's driving the cart?
Probably me.
Because the horses lose it as soon as one hoof goes over the grass and onto the craggy gray wasteland. Go ahead and make an animal handling check. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any issue. The horses seem a little weary about the direction you are moving them in until you get right to that border where the grass just abruptly stops and it's just this gray, dry, cracked soil. And as soon as a hoof goes down and touches it, both of them rear up on their back legs and let out a whinny, a cry. And it does push the cart back a little bit, and you feel one of the back wheels tip off the ground, and the horses do slam down and sort of beat their hooves and try to turn the cart and move away. And you do have to really tightly hold on to the reins, and you can lean in and you can well, if you have any particular way you would handle these animals, but you are successful in calming them down.
Yeah, nothing crazy. Just
yeah, you tighten your grip on the reins. You lean in and probably like gently stroke the hindquarters of them and speak to them gently, calm them down. Maybe get off and just offer them a snack or something. Rub their face, get into their face and remind them that you are here. Walk a little ways into the wasteland and back and show them that everything is fine. And eventually, they do very slowly, very tentatively. You can hear them chomping nervously at the bit, their eyes looking around. Very slowly, they do make their way into the Fields of Peace. But your horses are very clearly unhappy here. And it takes a few times of wrangling them in the right direction and pointing them further in. But eventually you do get to the campsite, to the excavation site.
And what day is it now? So would that be the 29th of? No.
We left on
29th?
the 23rd,
23rd.
Third, yeah.
plus
It's been 5.5
5.5
days.
days.
Plus this other thing.
It is halfway through the 29th.
Okay, cool.
So do we get any sort of feeling as we go into it?
That'd be 10 race.
That's a Lutus. We are on Adam. The rest of you don't feel anything, except for Aquila, who just gets this little shiver on the back of your neck, a little chill that runs down your spine, just as you're crossing through. It doesn't stay, but you just get an unnerving chill as you cross through here. And Ander, you don't notice anything, but there is a familiarity with this place. Very slight. Maybe not a familiarity, but an association. You continue to fixate on the necromantic rod, and while you are not, struck near into a coma by this, there's a familiar resonance to the air that you briefly, mildly, really subconsciously felt when you had the necromantic rod. Very slight. And you suspect it's something that Zadok is bringing to the forefront of your consciousness, being somebody who is not naturally attuned to the arcane weave, to the mesh. But you do feel it a little bit. So you can approach this excavation site.
Real quick before we get
Mm-hmm.
actually within range of the excavation site. If I cast Detect Magic, does the whole area have any kind of radiation, anything to it, or no?
You cast Detect Magic, and let me ask you this. Are you looking deeper afield into the Fields of Peace, or are you looking away?
I mean, I think it only works in a certain range anyway.
It only works within 60 feet, yeah.
Or 30 feet, actually.
30 feet, okay.
Yeah, 30-foot radius.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry about it then.
Okay. So I think I'm specifically looking at the ground to see if
Yeah.
it is suffused into the earth itself.
Yes. You do notice a very faint underlying arcane presence. A concentration of magic. And as Malkazir said, there's a little spike of necromantic energy here, but it just seems to be a universal excitation of the arcane weave.
Interesting.
You
Okay.
activate your detect magic, and you immediately get goosebumps across your entire body, but they also immediately fade. So, after a 5.5 day journey of absolutely no interactions, you make it to the excavation site at the Fields of Peace, and it is about a dozen or so tents of varying sizes. You notice that there are quite a few roped off rectangular sections that have a sort of grid pattern drawn into them, sort of tilled into them. Also demarked by a string that crisscrosses and grids off these rectangular areas. You notice that one side of the main hill, there has been a section of it that has been dug down, and you can see there's a low wall that separates from what was once ground level up to where the artificial mound began. Probably, I say low wall, but it's really a full-sized, single-story wall, about just under single story, like 6 feet tall or so. That presumably wraps around the whole area, but only a small section of it has been dug out at this point. You do notice a few people walking around through the tents. You see one person at one of these gridded off rectangle areas, and another person over by where the wall is, who is shouting out and pointing in various direction to about a dozen or so at each area corpses that are moving around. It seems they are in fact using undead labor for the digging process.
Makes sense considering who's behind this.
Mm-hmm.
So is anyone at this camp actually alive, or is it
Yeah.
The people
just
giving the orders, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
No, so there's probably several people who are alive.
So, I suppose you just trot your horses on up through the camp?
Probably introduce ourselves before just wandering through the camp. Let them know why we're here. Suppose when we get kind of to the edge of the camp, hop off and walk in, see if we can find whoever the foreman of the whole operation is.
Yeah, find someone who seems to be in charge.
Okay. Everyone going along with that?
Staying a little ways back from the excavation, the actual excavation sites with the horses.
I would say, yeah.
You're staying with the
Someone
horses?
should probably stay with the horses since
Yeah, trying to stay away from the skelly men.
Cool. There you go. Yeah, so you can
Well,
you can
I'll
stay.
keep Ohmn company. I'll stay behind too.
Okay. You two can stay around the horses and keep an eye on all the undead. The undead here do actually look like the zombie variety and not the skeleton variety, which means they are fresher corpses. Generally, fresher, or just really well preserved. But they do still have meat on their bones.
Mm.
Okay, so you can leave them with the horses, and the rest of you can head into the excavation site. And you do see a few people walking around. It looks, you do see about a dozen or so people moving about. A few people at various excavation sites commanding some of the zombies to do various things. Yeah, there is one particularly young guy who notices this group approach and goes scurrying over in your direction. Young human guy, probably early 20s or so. Wearing stuff very similar to Malkazir, very simple, excavation type clothing, brownish slacks and a pair of suspenders over a shirt. He has a tool belt with some brushes and picks and shovels. He does have a pair of glasses that continually slips down on his nose, and a sort of a shaggy, almost bowl cut hair. Comes rushing forward. Hello. Who are you? Why are you here?
We are here at Malkazir's request.
Okay. Great. Of course. Of course. What are you supposed to be doing?
Well, look around the camp. There's no guard presence or anything, right?
You're not coming through well.
No. Like if I look around the camp, there is no kind of guard presence or anything, right?
You do see that there are further down the excavation site towards the what you would assume to be the tents that people actually sleep in. You do see a few zombies that are just milling about back and forth, but you don't see any particular guard presence.
Malkazir thought that his excavation could use some sort of guard
Security.
presence. Yeah, security.
Right.
Considering that we're standing here with no issue. Probably not completely unwarranted.
Yeah. We should not have been so easy. It should not have been so easy for us to get in here.
Oh, well, I don't know why anyone would want to do us harm. We're really just digging in the ground here.
Mm-hmm.
Though I suppose
But you're
this is
digging in the ground in a
dangerous
very particular place.
That is very true. That is very true. We've been keeping watch, and most of us are quite practiced. He sort of fixes his shirt. Most of us are fairly practiced arcanists of different variety. We're not just archaeologists.
I didn't
But
imagine so.
I understand your point, and very prudent, very wise of the archmage. Very much. You should probably talk to Makaba.
Where is she? He?
He points to the largest of the tent. Yes, I think she's over archiving the various finds and planning out the excavation. We're still sort of setting up here. Still early days. We're trying to get into that. And he points at the mound. It's hollow
It's a
in there.
burial mound.
So we're gonna get in there. So we still have to. You should speak with Makaba.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's in charge here. I believe Malkazir picked her out, specifically. So I mean, you'll have things to talk about.
Thank you.
We will. And yeah, I guess.
I should. Are those your horses?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't use horses because the animals don't like this place. They really don't.
We
they really don't
noticed
like
that
this place.
much.
You might want to. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
We'll
take
figure
them.
that out.
Maybe take them away. I don't know.
We'll figure it out. But
Okay,
frequency,
I'm sure you guys know what you're doing. You guys look like you know what you're doing.
What? I mean, because there isn't really a town that close to this, is there?
no. No, the closest
No,
one
there
would be
there very
Lydia.
purposely isn't. The closest
Yeah.
one would probably be Lydiad. Again, referencing the map of Genavia. Actually, the closest at this point probably would be Genavium itself.
Oh,
You'd have to cross a river, but
yeah.
it's between Genavium or Lydiad. Both places,
know
I don't
my
think
choices.
anybody's too keen on going to.
Honestly, far less concerned about Genovium.
Mm-hmm.
Because, the trouble we got in there got cleared up.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you're also not far from Neos Noah. That's further down this section of the Rousseron.
Is that where the Akil's pack is stationed?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. She doesn't want to go there right now either.
No. Okay. So I suppose the three of you can head over to the main archivist's tent. As you leave this... No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, on the way specifically to Aquila, because I don't remember actually did he say anyone here knew about the Cult of Worms, or no one here knew about the Cult of Worms?
I'm pretty sure that is something only we really know.
Uh,
Maybe her.
yeah.
I want to make sure before we talk to
Before,
the person in charge.
Yeah.
Maybe her, but I would let her bring it up first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Let me remind you the nuances of this, because I think it was Ander who did the same thing, passing out of Lydiad and into Genavium. Hey, we're here to investigate. We're not supposed to say that. Oh.
Yeah, we were definitely bad about that.
Malkazir made it seem like no, they don't know about the Cult of Worms, and he doesn't want them to worry about it.
Right.
He doesn't want them to know. He doesn't want them to know that he has suspicions.
Anyone in particular who was different, but I didn't think so. I just was double checking.
Mm.
Yeah, like I said, it's like I think letting her bring it up would be the better idea.
Yeah, you guys officially.
Guard duty.
Yeah, you guys are officially just here on guard duty. Okay.
So as those three seem to be continually walking away from us, I'm gonna snap my fingers, summon Sabin, and have Sabin fly their way over.
Sabin fly over to the other three?
Yeah.
Okay. Sabin does so. The three of you hear a slight call as Sabin's, crow, raven form, blackbird of some kind?
Yeah, so Raven.
Raven form flies over and actually goes over and perches on Sevgi's shoulder. Caw! Caw!
Pet him.
Anything more to that, or is Sabin just hanging out?
It's basically I don't know if anybody would have the nuance of what I'm trying to do here, so it just hangs out.
Okay.
The listening device.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I mean, I feel like Ander can extrapolate.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
and
our familiars are different, but
well, yeah, and we know that you can function that way through Redna because you have.
Yeah, so you three and a bird can head over to this main tent. This kid goes and moves back about the group. You do see him run over to one of the excavation sites, and a zombie comes over, or turns around and sort of holds a hand up to him, turns back around and just points at the ground. And the kid, gently, lifts his leg over the rope and sort of waddles his way through the strings that demark the different sections of the grid, goes over and takes out a shovel and a brush and starts doing the more delicate work of excavating. So you make it to this tent. The flaps of the door are tied up, so you can just walk right in. It is a fairly large tent, like one of those like big outdoor like ballroom tents, like the big gathering tents. You can head inside, and you. Actually, no. You can't head inside. You get to the door. The flaps of the tent are held up, tied up, and you go to walk on through, and whoever's walking through first smacks their nose against an invisible wall. Inside, you can see that there are several tables set up. Some with a sifting grid over top, where you dump the sand in and shake it, and the sand falls out and important stuff are left on top. There's another water table for washing things and doing a water variant of the same. And a number of tables set up, most of which are bare, but there's a few different tiny little pieces of things that are set up, each with a tag associated with them, something written down. And you see a few people milling about. You see three people who look fairly important, who are going around to table discussing things with other people who are performing, who just don't seem as important. People who are wearing the worker attire. The other three are wearing nicer clothes and don't have any dirt on them. But there's 6 or so of these sort of worker people, and then three people who are certainly Arcane Census, arcanists of some kind. Somebody, probably Aquila, bumps into this invisible wall. There's a slight shimmer, and one of the people turns towards you. You can see it's a half-orc woman with this deep dark brown skin tone that just has a little bit of green, depending on where the light hits her, and in the different. Like around the elbows and a bit on the cheeks, the places where the skin is either worn more or worn less or so. You can see a bit of the deep green from Orcish heritage, mixed with a much more southern Altemia skin tone. Either Sanket, probably further westward. Linmis, maybe Osta. So very, very dark brown into dark green skin tone. She is... this is not going to load quickly, is it? No, I got too much going on for that to load quickly. Okay, so she is... she has this sort of very short, kind of knotted, dreaded hair. And she is wearing a very nice, sort of long skirt. Here we go. That did actually open up. relatively quick enough. Let me open up my reference picture, which I should have uploaded to Roll20, but I didn't. Because again, she really shouldn't need a token. Yes, so you see she has this very dark brown, dark green skin tone. You notice that her midriff and her arms are bare. She's wearing this sort of silver torque neck piece that that has a sort of wrap that covers the things that need to be covered. There's a jewel at the center of this this neck piece. She is wearing. I don't know what this head covering is called. Actually, I should have looked it up. But she is wearing a head covering. Let's see. Can I find this quick enough not to hold things up? Nope. Stop it. No, I can't. So I will show you the reference picture later. And re-describe her again when I know I am... have my culture straight. So, I wonder if you can. No, yeah, she has a very nice long skirt on. Very nice polished silver neck piece with an equally nice top. But her midriff is showing. She does have a large gold belly button piercing. And she has a number of black sort of tribal tattoos, very jagged tribal tattoos that go full sleeve down each arm and sort of crest into her what would be her cleavage, but that's sort of covered up by this wrap and neck piece. And she does have a headpiece that just sort of drapes down over her head and falls down over her shoulders that has what looks like just polished stones across the rim. But she is clearly half-orc. She does have that sort of underbite and very slight tusks showing, though she is but both very slight. She does definitely have more human in her than orc, and she is a fairly attractive, exotic woman. She does have a gold nose piercing as well, that sort of minotaur loop thing going on. And really nice black gloves. Anyway, she notices that somebody bumps into this invisible wall, turns, sort of crosses her arms and looks the group up and down, and then waves you forward.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we'll walk in.
Okay. I wasn't sure you were going to hesitate or not.
No.
Cautiously walk forward, probably have your hand extended a little bit, but you push through what...
Sometimes it's like I might just be like... Oh, okay.
Yeah, you push through what was once a barrier, and have been let inside her modified tiny hut, her modified dome. It is nice and cool in here. Very, very moderate temperature. Perfect conditions for excavation. Not too terribly dry, not humid at all, though. A nice, cool, comfortable temperature. Aaron, and there is this sort of omnidirectional, sourceless lighting that keeps the place well lit.
Yeah.
She waves you over and goes back to crossing her arms. Come in, come in. Sorry, I wasn't expecting visitors. What brings you to our camp?
Malkazir asked us to come.
Well, that is quite a name to quickly throw out there. Very good. What does the great archmage deign you to do here?
Guard duty.
I am hurt that he doubts our skills, but I can see the prudence in such actions.
It is what he has asked for us to do.
Well, I suppose make camp where you can find the room. Try to stay out of all of our ways. And, let us know if you see anything.
Very well.
Just sort of regard over the group. Is it just you three?
No, there's 2 more. There is another one who is larger than me.
Right. Well, is there anything I can help you with then?
I was going to say before, in the interest of niceties and politeness, my name is Ander.
Yes, niceties and politeness. Makeba Agani. This is my project.
Yes, you clearly seem to be in charge. And you seem to be very thorough in what you're doing.
We try, for as long as the funding will last.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't have much of a reference point for that.
With the Archmage's personal interest in the project, we shouldn't have much trouble.
Fair enough.
Fortunately, it seems he has stumbled on quite a sight.
Well,
Are you unfamiliar?
I think it is rather obvious I'm not from here.
Well, I suppose it was not needed to know information for a bunch of hired swords. We are perhaps at the greatest archaeological find of the century. I believe, the resting place of the Spear of Heavens. The great elven general of the Etrian War.
I just can't remember her name. I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here trying to remember her name and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it, I had it.
Yeah.
I had it. It's Shailua. Something like that. Right?
Yeah.
It's like 3/4 of Shia LaBeouf. It's easy to remember. That's how I remember it.
It is.
3/4 of Shia LaBeouf. There you go.
Shia LaBeouf is the spear of the
Shailua.
Okay. Shailua. I spelled that completely wrong. But, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
That would be the elven spelling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Most of us aren't elven. I mean, at least this one's already dead.
And in fact, in Janabian, it is just the same. It just doesn't have the apostrophe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes. The Spear of Heavens, Shailua.
He did mention that.
And almost as importantly, her personal cohort of advanced soldiers.
Mm.
Presumably the best the war had to offer. Unfortunately, this doesn't seem to be the site of the battle, which has its own implications, obviously. They recovered the bodies, moved them to this place, and erected this monument. But that does mean somewhere around here is the site of the battle. Unfortunately, there's probably not much there.
And
Something else to work on, I suppose this is more important.
Yes. So I suppose that she actually fought with a spear, and that is part of where her
Yes,
title came from?
it is reported she had indeed a spear from the heavens. Commanded great power with it.
Could it shoot beams out of it?
There seems to be reference of felling enemies from great distance.
Mm-hmm.
A proficiency using a weapon seemingly salt the hearts of the enemies she pierced.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I suspected it the first time you said it. I was like, oh my god, we buried it.
everyone in the group just kind of
Oh, there it
whistles
is.
and looks out into the middle
But
distance.
it was like that. It's like, the moment he said, it's like the spirit that happens. I'm like, oh no.
I suppose
Same
the
thought.
tombs are those 3 mounds.
That is what we suspect. It does seem to
Yeah.
follow Etrian culture to have burial mounds. In fact, it is interesting how similar the architecture we believe to be under there is to early Genovian. There's definitely some cultural crossover, though that is relatively known. Before the Etrian Wars, we were relatively unified people.
You're one of the archaeologists out front said that you were trying to get into them. What's preventing you?
Time and dirt.
There.
They are intended not to be opened.
These sites have been undisturbed for
1,500
1500
years?
years or so? Must
So
be
simply trying to find an entrance of some kind then.
Archaeology takes time. You have to slowly peel the layers away. You can't move too quickly without risking damage to what lies unseen beneath.
That's fair. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. That wasn't supposed to sound like a criticism.
And it was not
In
taken
our-
any.
Okay. In our line of work, when I hear something old and very important,
At that point, we start
Trying
to
to
worry
enter-
there are barriers that have been, other
More just I
barriers that have
assume-
been erected.
more just I assume something supernatural. Sorry,
is it?
me
Other
being
barriers.
overly...
And that is precisely why the Arcane Census takes purview in these operations.
Makes sense.
No, we are keeping a keen eye on any such phenomenon.
Yes, I think Malkazir mentioned we're more here in case anything from
Beyond.
deeper inside the plains decides to get...
She
Friendly.
focuses on Sevgi actually noticing the eye tattoo. Perhaps you have felt it. No?
Did she?
No, not unless you would have, detect magic or anything. She just has no reason to suspect her that Ander would have.
That's right.
No, I have not.
Shame.
He did.
I'm sure your talents lie
Did
elsewhere.
mention. So No, because you did mention that the energies seem to be shifting, diminishing somewhat in some ways.
Receding would be the appropriate word.
One of those.
That's why anyone can even stand on this patch of ground.
Yes, I would be careful not to stay here for more than about 9 days or so. I will have to be relieved in 5 days. Spend
I do
some time
wonder.
out and then return. 3 days does seem to be enough with proper food, rest, good diet, maybe a little bit of healing magics.
Still that much effect? Wow.
Oh, it's a good thing they can return at all.
Yes,
I had worried
being...
that it would be. I had worried that it would simply accumulate and be a permanent sort of thing.
Unfortunately, we have not been here long enough to test that. Whether it does have some sort of accumulation, we are not entirely sure. But there is no progress without risk.
No, I suppose there isn't.
Regardless, we will not want to stay here for too long.
Mm. All right.
Well, I think
Are we
we've...
done?
Yes, I think we've taken up enough of her
All
time.
right.
We'll let you
Yes.
get back to your work and
Very good.
stay out of your way, as you said.
Yep. Mhm.
You need
Thank you
anything?
for receiving us.
Yeah, I guess head out.
She turns and
Yeah.
heads back over to one of the tables with somebody else cataloging some things. And goes and picks up a what looks to be just like an iron spike, probably some sort of tent stake or whatnot. Regards, you guys can head on out. Archaeology is finding a lot of really boring things before you find anything of any interest at all. A lot of nails and old coins and though actually old coins are something interesting. Nails and pottery shards and
If you're in
plates
Scandinavia,
and forks
it's combs.
and combs, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's literally a thing. You know, in Britain they'll find pottery. In Scandinavia they'll find combs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, the other two of you over by the horses the horses are very clearly uneasy, especially since most of you walked away. Ohmn, you stayed, but you pretty much have to continually keep them calm because they are not okay with being right here.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw it or not. Tully and I had a text chat about. I assume you didn't see it.
Nope.
Check the stream. I didn't see it. Whispers work weird. I don't understand.
They are.
Oh yeah, if you whispered to each other in Roll20, I don't see it.
Sometimes you do.
Sometimes I do.
It's weird.
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't
When I
show up for
whispered
me.
to Sevgi that one time, you could see my messages to her, but couldn't see her messages to me or something weird.
That's
like that.
weird. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was really weird.
I know there's a way to do it where the DM
Sounds like
can see
a half
whispers between
conversation.
characters, but I don't remember how it's supposed to work. Anyway, yeah, Tully and I started discussing that in a little bit. I don't really think it would be fair to just let them loose. Perhaps someone here is leaving soon and can perhaps stable them for us or something of that nature.
Maybe. I mean, it's. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of weird to let a stranger take our horses. No.
Do we not hand over the carts to a stranger when we come into town? I suppose it's slightly different.
Yeah. It's that stranger's job to do it.
And if we paid a stranger here, it would become their job. I believe that is how commerce works.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's not a trustworthy stranger, they could just take our money and disappear with the horses.
Faith is a hard thing to come by, I suppose.
Says the wizard to the cleric.
Yeah, but yeah.
Or perhaps we could set up our own base camp outside of the affected area. We're not too terribly far. Although, if anything did happen,
You are about 3 miles at this point into the Fields of Peace.
That's kind of far.
2 miles. 2 miles into the Fields of Peace.
That's kind of far.
I mean, what else can we do here? I know what the soldiers where I came from would do, but I really would rather not speak of such things. Only as a last
I
resort.
was gonna ask, but okay. Okay, I guess I won't ask what.
Do we speak any of the same
No,
languages?
I'm not gonna ask.
I don't know. Don't you know like a billion languages?
Elvish.
I know a few.
Well, I believe all Tali knows is Common and Elvish.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and
Just those two.
whatever Corsten
And
speaks.
yeah, and Corsten Ettrick, I believe.
I think so. Yeah, it's just
Mhm.
those two, and I guess 3 languages.
Yeah.
Does Ohmn speak Elvish?
No.
Nope.
Dang. That would have been cool, though.
Well,
Yeah,
where I come from,
Sorry.
we would have made multiple meals.
Oh. No, I don't think that's really an option for us.
You have a brand new cook pot. There's nothing stopping you.
As I said, I didn't really want to bring it up, only as a last resort.
I don't think we're that
Perhaps we
that
could.
desperate right now.
I don't know what these lands have in store for them, but I fear that these creatures will die of shock. Or worse, for too much longer. It's taking all of my capabilities just to keep them in check.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What would the closest city or any place with a stable be to us?
Either Lydiad or Genavium.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But they're both about 2 days away.
Yeah, that's a long trip. Maybe we should have stopped in Lydiad.
Why exactly, if you don't mind my prying, why the hesitance to stop there?
Well, we were supposed to solve a problem for them, and we kind of didn't at all. And we were trying to keep the problem from being exposed, but that kind of happened too. So the Baroness wouldn't be happy with that. I don't know if actually, you know what? I probably just wouldn't go there, honestly. Yeah.
Yes, I would quite like to avoid that sort of altercation as well.
Yeah. So we just don't know what kind of, I guess I can't call it a welcome, but what kind of non-welcome we would receive from Lydia
Well,
if we showed up.
presumably they wouldn't put you in chains and onto the executioner's block, he says, smiling, subtly hoping that that's not the case.
I would hope not. It was a pretty precarious situation for the Baroness. Like, it had to do with her and her, basically, it's a lot of politics to explain, honestly.
I always try to avoid politics. It's much easier to end an argument with the edge of a sword than it is with words.
Well, I guess that's not completely wrong. Not always necessary, but I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
No, but it's always finite.
Yeah. But somehow, I don't know, it's like politics always end up coming to us. So that's us that I'm going to deal with eventually. But if Genovium was also the same distance away, maybe we could. But it's so far away. 2 days. That's 2 days there and 2 days back. That's 4 days we lose.
Well, presumably it would be longer if we didn't have horses on the return trip.
Yeah, true too. Yeah.
Well, to Genovium, it would be just over 1 day with the horses. You could push it to make it a whole day with the horses. Rest up there, you would get your point of exhaustion back, and leave the horses there, and then it would be 2 days back. So it'd be a 3-day round trip.
If we push it maybe 3 days, that's still... I don't know, maybe we can talk about it when the rest of their group gets back and see if they have any other ideas.
And at that time, the other 3 and a bird come walking up to the group.
Speak of the devils.
Caw!
And the bird.
The bird.
Oh?
I begin to talk to Savin telepathically to figure out what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So the rest of you can begin conversing amongst yourself, and you just see Ohmn staring at his bird. What do you say?
On an innuendo.
What does Ohmn say, or what did we say?
Yeah, what does Ohmn say?
Yeah.
What happened?
They met an orc lady. She was in charge. They said here for guard duty.
Does anyone else understand this bird, or is it just Ohmn?
Just Ohmn. It's
Pretty sure.
telepathic.
It's pretty sure it's just Ohmn.
Okay.
Redden is
Okay,
unique.
just want to make sure. Cool.
Yeah, I'll nod and direct Savin to fly just a short perimeter around where we are.
Okay. Yeah, Savin kicks off of Sevgi's shoulder and does a wide arc around the excavation site.
So we'll need to figure out what to do with the horses, because we can't keep them here.
Me and Ohmn were just talking about that.
Yeah.
feel like the fastest option that I can think of is to just, push it to Genavium and then come back.
That's
That's
not
3
how
days.
guard duty works.
Yeah, I know.
So,
That was my concern too.
I was like, so
Hey, we're here to protect you. Actually, we'll be back in 3 days. Never mind.
yeah. So they have to cycle out people, so someone will be leaving eventually. So why not just let them take them up to Genavium?
When is eventually?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. We can probably ask. Fuck, what was her name?
Orc
Hang on.
lady. Yes.
Right.
I fear the horses won't. They don't want to be here. He
That
says,
much is-
struggling with the reins. And I don't fear they will survive much longer in this state.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this area is not especially dangerous. One person could take the horses, and the rest of us work guard duty.
I wonder if we could get the zombie to do it.
I don't know if the horses would like that very much.
Yes, I feel like that would be counterproductive.
Maybe the horses would just run faster to get away from the zombie that's behind them.
Or have a
I'm
heart
making
attack,
suggestions.
heal
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
Well, then come up with something else.
We flash back at this time a couple nights ago, and you see a old wild-haired gnome man sitting at a table set with 6 plates, a spoon and a knife in his hand, just sitting there grinning wildly. And then we flash back to the
No.
group.
Why would you do that?
Got
Sefki
stood
standing
up,
up, Milzer.
You better bring flowers and an apology.
Why would you do that, Jack?
You're not going to be welcome back in this store anymore.
I did say someone remind me to bring him back.
And you did say later. You didn't specify when later was.
That is true.
That is true.
Which, good news. You can use that as an argument the next time we go in.
Well, I mean, we can
But yeah.
make him horse stew. I'm sure it'll keep.
Oh.
With gentle repose, it certainly will.
An apple
But
pie.
how do you?
No. No.
You're gonna kill me, Jack.
Back to the problem at hand. I think either
Yeah, I mean,
Akila's suggestion of having someone take them, but I also understand that they look like they're about to bolt at any given moment. So unless someone is heading back today-ish, I think you either cut them loose, or one person takes them to the nearest town and finds a stable.
we have to take them then. That's
I
really the
don't think it's a
best
great
option.
idea for us to split as a group.
Well, I also offered the option of cutting them loose,
I know.
or, I mean, eating them technically is still an option.
That would make a good dinner, wouldn't they?
I am loath to suggest such a thing, but
I
I was not
in
serious.
terms of expediency, it is certainly the quickest.
I was
say
not serious.
cutting them loose is the quickest. That's just more efficient.
Eh,
You see Ohmn smile a little bit and slightly unsheath his longsword and shake.
Touche.
So let's find out if somebody is going back to town.
Okay. I suppose I'll go
Mm.
find the. Probably start with the.
That one guy we've talked to first?
Yes. I'd rather
Yeah.
not bother.
Again, so soon?
Okay.
Makaba?
Yes.
You see he's sort of running between a number of people. And you can go over and flag him down, and he does sort of jog on over to you. Hi.
Okay.
Again, hello.
Hey. Sorry to bother you. As you said, the horses. Our friend can confirm that yes, they are about ready to just bolt out of here. I don't suppose anyone is heading back, or does the whole camp rotate out at once, or is anyone?
No, not at once. Let me see. He pulls out a pad from the back of his belt. I think. Yeah, we have two people planning on rotating out tomorrow. I suppose if it's really important, we could send them tonight. We wouldn't have the other people wouldn't be coming in until tomorrow, and kind of slow down production. But I guess it's I guess we could. I suppose.
I don't necessarily want to put you out like that. We are here to help, not to hinder.
I mean, we'd have to talk to Makiba about that first, but no, it's a possibility.
Let me. So I don't deal with animals much. Let me talk to my friend and see if he thinks they can make the night. If so, like I said, I would hate to throw off your schedule and leave you underhand. Yes, underhanded. That was the right word.
Right. Well, I guess let Makiba know what you decide, and
Yes, I'll speak to her. Thank you.
you can head back to Ohmn. Ohmn, you're pretty sure you would have to stay up all night tending to these horses and make sure they don't run off. You would not get any sleep tonight if that is the case, but it's an option.
If some people made camp outside the perimeter for the evening.
It's an option.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to splitting the group for an extended time for one night.
What do you think the dead will haunt us on the first night after making camp here, huh? Sort of slaps you on the shoulder. I
don't know if Andrew would get that, honestly. Because they'd probably just take that literally.
You dudes don't understand subtlety or sarcasm.
Make an interesting pair. I wouldn't want to go hunting for anything or possibly digging through those tombs with a smaller group than we have, but for the first night of guard duty and a camp full of...
There's not much daylight left. I don't know how much more we would go into.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a couple hours after. It's in the afternoon. There's still enough daylight left, depending on what you want to do. It would take about an hour to get if you're moving completely perpendicular out of the Fields of Peace. It would take you about an hour to get past the nearest edge.
I could take them out there and begin setting up that those tents you have. Perhaps I could borrow one. And he looks around for a minute and then starts speaking in Dwarvish. We were planning on using these tents here, yes? Seems like a poor place to attempt to use our other means.
Dwarvish.
What was that?
Also, only Silky's the only other person who can speak Dwarvish.
I thought Ander could.
Well, Dwarves, he doesn't speak
A reasonable
Dwarvish.
mistake to make, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wonder why Steven didn't take that as another language.
That's
So I suppose he'll stand there with Ander staring at him for a second.
Yeah.
Sevgi, you understood that.
I would probably. I would definitely recognize the language probably after how much
Yeah.
time.
I know, it's one of those, it's like,
I don't actually
most
speak Dwarvish.
most of us don't.
I'd probably pick some up, but most of the time I'm with dwarves. I tend to be a drink or two in, so.
Yeah,
He knows how to order beer.
you can order beer, go to the bathroom,
Yeah.
curse, and probably pick up a lady.
Maybe.
A lady who's in the profession of being available.
Ow. Ow.
Well, some say the best way to learn to speak a language is while intoxicated. You forego your inhibitions and less fearful of making a mistake. Give me a tent. I will take the horses to a less stressful environment. Try not to die.
Generally. But yeah, I guess we'll give Ohmn a tent and
Sure.
Okay.
Has
I-
Tully used message on me before?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
No. Wait, isn't that what we did in the super loud place under?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Invol-
yeah, no, it
Gosh,
did.
dang it.
You used message,
and-
but not sending. Somebody
Yeah,
somebody used message or telepathy, but I don't know if sending came up.
I used message.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, I don't think Ohmn was the recipient of a sending spell, though I think the ability
No.
to do so has come up.
Not recently, no.
Have someone send word for me when they're ready to leave in the morning. Otherwise, I will
For
be
you?
back at dawn.
Yeah. I mean, it says that when the creature hears the message in its mind, it recognizes you as the sender if it knows you. So.
Which seems kind of redundant. Since you have to know the person you're sending it to.
They don't
Yeah.
have to know you, though.
They don't have to know you, and they don't have to
Yeah, but-
necessarily recognize you.
But you have to be familiar with that person, which does sort of imply some back and forth knowing.
You could study them from a distance.
Stalking.
But sure, I mean,
Yeah,
even if
stalking.
two people are familiar with each other, if you haven't heard from somebody in 6 months and then you out of the blue get a phone call,
Well, no, never mind. It's
sure,
not.
yeah. So, Ohmn's gonna take a tent pack and take the horses on out of the Fields of Peace.
is anyone else going to go?
He said he would do it alone.
Okay.
The rest of you can go and set up your own tents somewhere in this excavation site.
I'm actually going to. I don't want to say just hang out the whole time because probably weird unless there's something interesting to do there. Basically try to get a view of the tent that Mog. I feel like I have
Makaba.
it in my... Huh?
Makaba?
Makaba.
Oh, okay. I did. Makaba.
Makaba.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
wanted
put
to
it
add
in
an
the
R in
chat.
there. I wanted to add an R in there, and that wasn't right.
Okay.
But potentially, because there were multiple people in there, right? You said.
Yeah, there was 7 or 8 people or so in there.
Just kind of watching for people to start leaving, or whenever they finish. I wanted to talk with her about having someone possibly take the horses with them wherever they were going, but I also don't really want to interrupt her again since she is actually trying to do work.
I mean, unless there's anything that you particularly want to bring up, you can go inside and be like, "Hey, we need someone to take the horses back," and she'd say, "Yeah, Jim, Bob, and Sally are heading back to Genavium." And
Jim Bob and Sally.
not Jim, Bob, and Sally, but yeah, there's 2 people who are planning to rotate out tomorrow, and that's no problem.
Okay.
Look, we have guards in the setting named like Daryl and Terrell now, so.
Daryl, Terrell, and Cheryl, the triplets.
That's right. There was
Yeah.
a sister.
Mm-hmm.
The not one guards.
Yep.
Oh, I love that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, we're pretty much at time, and I think you'll appreciate that I'm not going to force a cliffhanger on you. So, if there's nothing else you guys have immediate concern to do, we're probably going to wrap up here as Ohmn heads off into the distance. The rest of you setting up your own stuff, taking up patrol as you move around the border of this sort of tent city encampment. Maybe weave in and out of some of the tents and just get a lay of the land. And the sun will set back deeper into the fields of peace as the sun passes down onto the horizon of the fields of peace. There is a sort of purplish gray distortion that just hazes over the usual bright sunset. And a chill takes the air, and just a sense of unease. But we'll wrap up there, and tomorrow or next week we will see what happens.
Start digging into some undead holes.
It would. Yeah, we've gone over time for a couple weeks in a row now, so I don't want to push ahead and force this into something that would take some time to get through. So it's not a super dramatic ending for the episode,
But we're there.
but you're there. I kicked you out of Duepon, and got you where you're supposed to be.
We left mostly willingly.
Yeah. Okay. So, even though even though it has been voted previously by the players that this be a much more straightforward sort of story arc, we are going to begin this adventure with an investigation. So next episode, you have to figure out if the Cult of Worms is here, and if so, what their goal is, and if so, how to stop it. Hopefully, maybe.
Yes.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Nah, we got this.
Don't do that.
We will be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Goodness.
Alkazir is the Cult of Worms. He's orchestrated this whole thing to have his enemies as close to him as possible.
Yeah, yes, conspiracies abound. I love it. Get back into the tinfoil hat polishing. There hasn't been enough of that recently.
I know, we've got tinfoil polish just stacking up.
Yeah. No, I say this every episode at this point. I got a lot of really cool stuff in store. Of course, I was thinking we would get to some of it today, but it's fine that we didn't. Because there was some role play that I wanted to.
We'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there was some role play we did. We stopped by Milzer's. I didn't have that planned, but it's always fun to stop at Milzer's.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I should always plan for a stop at Milzer's.
It is now my goal to get the final killing blow on a creature with a psychic tomato.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Sure. What have I done?
Well, hey, it's about as good as that time that Ender insulted the goblin to death.
Yeah, the vicious mockery to death.
Yeah.
I hate that spell.
Basically, it just made the goblin die of shame.
Why do you hate that spell?
Because dying from shame is just dumb. You can't be insulted to death.
It's magic.
It's
not
damn
the
it.
insult that does it. It's the psychic intent that you
Ugh.
use them as a conveyance for. It's psychic damage.
He hates
It makes
Spontaneous combustion is the thing. So
it. Does exist.
I mean, it makes sense that it makes perfect sense that hurling an insult behind psychic power would actually give it a little more oomph in the
Yes.
hands of someone with magical ability.
It's just campy and wacky.
It's the part of
Bard
magic that
spell
Jeff
normally,
hates.
so
hey, how about this tinfoil theory? We only just met her, and I didn't meet her directly, but I already think that Makeba is Malkazir in disguise.
I really hope not.
That makes sense.
That'd be hilarious. It's just got a image of himself at his desk, just looking at papers, being angry.
Word cut out.
Or he's got Ellie doing all of his actual work for him, and he's out here in the field doing what he wants to do.
Yeah.
If I were an archaeologist, that's what I would fucking want to do.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay. Yeah, so we'll see what you can find out next week, and see if you can find it out quick enough before it all things happen.
I actually do have a possible plan for helping with that. So.
Cool. Yeah, think about it throughout the week, how you want to tackle uncovering the Cult of Worms. Excavation pun.
Yeah.
You're better than that, Jack.
No, he's not.
No, that's top tier humor right there.
Puns are the lowest form.
I mean, at least you have a fan of
Puns
those
the highest
puns.
You have to dig deep to get to that sort of material.
More excavation.
There you go. That's better. I've redeemed myself.
Guys, bye.
Okay.
I'm done.
I
Yeah.
think we need to bury that joke before it gets any deeper.
We're in too deep now.
I'm
Stephen left.
fairly good at bringing these things back to life, though.
We did too much psychic damage to Steven.
And I felt like it was okay.
You can't just leave a
Okay.
call dirty.
So with that, yes, that's where we're going to wrap up. Not the most suspenseful of wrap ups, but we're in a good place. So let's.
Are they going to kill the horses?
No.
Yeah, Ohmn
Find out.
Ohmn travels a mile out of the Fields of Peace, sits down, sets up his own place setting, and we just see him take out a sword and.
Actually, what's better is Tali decides she misses the horses, trots out to like go see them and just finds Ohmn sitting over a fire with a giant horse leg.
No. Nope. Okay.
Just some horse haunch roasting over a fire.
With them, but the fact that I need to be spending is not gonna help.
Natural.
Okay. Yeah. Let's wrap it
My
up
sword
there.
is not natural.
Cool. So I hope you enjoyed this episode of the People's Ascension as we get on our way to our main adventure arc for this season. Didn't quite get to the inciting event today, but we got the job detailed. We got some roleplay set up, and we'll kick it off next week with the excavation of the ruins, the burial mound of Shailua, the Spear of Heavens, and perhaps
Whose spear is buried in Duepon.
I was wondering when you guys are going to put that together.
No, I think it's like the moment that you had Malkazir say that, I'm like, oh no.
I mean, that name came up, and the spear was in the mural in the Medusa stronghold.
Yeah.
It's almost like she was the one who made the burial site and stuff, guys, and she took the spear for her own.
Yeah, no, I figured that part out.
You got to plan these things ahead. Yeah, so they'll be uncovering ancient elven ruins, and hopefully you'll be uncovering Cult of Worms conspiracy plots. So tune in next week for that episode. I'm sure there won't be any undead problems at all. So don't worry about that. All right.
I'm
Fine.
hoping there are.
Oh yeah, there definitely will be.
I want to mow down some zombies.
There definitely will be. Probably not these zombies. They probably wouldn't appreciate that, but other zombies if they come up. Okay.
I don't think they're gonna.
If they come up.
Ha. Yeah.
Next time I close this call, I'm not reopening it, guys.
I know. We got to wrap this up before we get completely out of hand. But no, I like this because we were a little out of sorts in the beginning of this episode. And I think we came around in the end, which is good because I needed this today too. Okay,
I
so
have nothing else to do for the next 2 weeks.
yeah, you just stay there in that box.
No,
over there.
I'm coming.
Nope.
Oh.
Field day.
Yeah, okay. So if you enjoyed this story, go tell other people about how much you enjoyed this story. So that next week we have more people enjoying this story.
Next people, we have more week.
Yeah, yes, next people, hopefully we will have more week. Yeah, and of course, check us out on the socials. Twitter is where I drop most of my announcement. Twitters and our Discord. Stop by Discord and help us with all of our tinfoil polishing. I mean, we don't need any help, but it's always fun to watch. And it's always great as a DM to listen to tinfoil hat polishing, because sometimes they come up with great ideas. So go ahead and check out our Discord. It's down in the cards or down underneath in the YouTubes. And check us out on Twitter. And likewise, I will be dropping reminders about my 2 other games, Star Trek on Tuesday and Cyberpunk on Wednesday, if you are interested in some sci-fi action to go along with this fantasy. So, without further ado, I think we're going to pop off, do a quick after show, which can be found on Patreon. And, yeah, see what we can come up with for next week. So, thanks for staying with us for another episode. Hope you enjoyed it. Everyone, stay safe, stay healthy, try to have fun. See you next week.